genuinely feel like it's already greener today than it was yesterday when the rain started. These are all of his favorite spots, all the termite mounds close to the road, the big marula trees. In fact, I think the last time I saw him was here. He had that little impala kill and then he disappeared off towards Gallagher. Came up close to Rexon's Road and managed to follow him through the block. It was a very lovely sighting. I really enjoyed that one. Come on, Taranguni. I actually don't know when last he was seen. I think he hangs out a lot around Buffelshoek, so I must actually check to the guides and see when last any of them saw him. I'm sure he's around somewhere. Speaking of Buffelshoek and speaking of leopards, just as a reminder to everybody, we will be having a fireside chat early in January to celebrate the incredible wild and free life, very long life of the lovely leopardess Nkanyeni. I was not lucky enough to meet her, but I wish I had. I really wish I had. But especially early on in her life, she was a very big part of our sightings. And she was, of course, a very well-known leopardess, very well-loved leopardess. Along the same lines as Thandi almost, especially in terms of age. So if you do have any special memories of Nkanyeni that you would like to share with us, you can send them to nkanyeni@wildearth.tv so that we can see what your special memories are as well. And hopefully even include some potentially when we are chatting about Nkanyeni in the future. We love to hear those stories. I particularly enjoy how, because everyone has something different that they value slightly more or less, there's always a different type of memory that sticks with certain people more than others. I honestly find that quite beautiful. I think that we all see something different in every situation, and I love hearing other people's perspectives and other people's core memories and moments. I think it's quite brilliant to share those things and open up my mind and anyone else. See the buffalo tracks that Ben had yesterday, although they've been washed out quite a lot. It will be interesting to see what develops with Kalamba and that carcass, and the carcass in Buffelshoek Dam as well, especially if there's more rain predicted. But it really has been quite a spectacular morning, despite the rain. It was a chilly start. It's still a little cold, but it has been lovely. Wild dogs with Lauren, and of course Kalamba up in the tree, and Tima, the buffalo carcass, the beaver, the black crake, the storks, the snails. Everything has come out this morning. So I'm sure that will continue to happen. Hopefully this afternoon is as successful, if not more. But either way, we're just happy to be out here. A massive thank you to everyone, though, for joining us on this morning's sunrise safari. It's been a pleasure having you on the back of the vehicle. And please remember, if you want to keep it wild, between now and the sunset safari later this afternoon, you can join in for Escape to Nature in Penguin Beach from myself and the rest of the Safari Live crew. Thank you very much. We will see you all out and about this afternoon, 3:30 p.m. Central African time, for another epic adventure in the bush. Bye.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Escape to Nature. We are in the wonderful, beautiful Okokweyo. And if you don't know, my name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. Hopefully we see a lot of wonderful things today. And of course, as you can see, it is a absolutely stunning day here in Okokweyo. We've got some oryxes coming. We just had a beautiful big herd of wildebeests, but of course we do have some oryxes. And I did scan the wildebeest herd. Unfortunately, no babies yet. I was hoping, by the time I came back, they would have blessed us with some youngsters, but not yet. We'll get there though. We are of course also still waiting for some good rains in Okokweyo, but that is probably bound to happen within the next 2 weeks or so. But speaking of rain and weather and sunshine, let's have a look at today's weather in our various locations. But I hope everyone has had an absolutely brilliant festive season. I hope you have all spent some time with your loved ones. I sure have. I'm actually quite exhausted from it, I have to say. But it has been wonderful, and I hope everyone is ready for the new year. And do let me know, what are your plans and resolutions for the new year? What would you like to achieve personally? Perhaps animal-wise? Will you be volunteering at an animal shelter? Will you be recycling? What will you be doing? But I really have missed you all. It feels like I haven't been here forever, so I'm really, really happy to be back. And yes, as always, remember we are live, we are interactive, and we love hearing from you. So please do send through your questions, comments, suggestions, anything you might have throughout the day. Anything you want to chat about or you're looking forward to, please do let me know. Ooh, what is that bird? Oh, it's just a crow. That was very rude. I apologize. It's not just a crow. It is a crow, but if you know me, you know how I feel about these guys. And it is surprisingly peaceful and quiet today in Okokweyo. I have to say I'm rather surprised. Hi, beautiful. Oh, but how wonderful would it be to see either some lions today or perhaps a big herd of elephants with the youngsters, or of course the rhinos are always a treat. Let me know what you would like to see today, what you are very much looking forward to, and hopefully, we'll crossing fingers, we'll spot that for you. Gladys, good morning, and thank you so much for getting in touch. You are saying this waterhole always looks otherworldly. Yes, I call this the moon waterhole or the random waterhole, because it really is, I don't know. To this day, it still blows my mind how animals can actually survive and adapt and exist here. But you are very much correct, of course. All the rocks we see around and everything, those are full of minerals and salts and everything, and that actually contributes to the animals' adaptation and their survival and everything. So yes, This is our special water hole. Oh, we've got some zebras. One, I think. No. We do have a dazzle. Alrighty, well, I'm going to have a quick morning meeting with all of the animals and demand to know why none of them have brought any babies yet here to the water hole. But while I do that, I'm going to send you over to Liam in Kariga so we can see what he's up to.
Hello everybody, and very good morning. Welcome to Kariga Game Reserve, everybody. My name is Liam Charlton, and I've been joined here by a lovely herd of buffalo who are slowly making their way to a bit of a muddy wallow. It's a beautiful sunny morning here in Kariga Game Reserve, down on the Eastern Cape Coast. And so as the heat begins to settle in, a bit of a breeze now decides to come up behind us. These buffalo are now had a bit of a rest in the plains and are now seeking out some muddy wallow just behind where I'm positioned for now. How are you all doing today, and what might be going on in your part of the world today? I'd love to hear from you through our questions and comments. It's always good to share the experience, as always, with everyone. So the buffalo were resting further afield a few moments ago and have decided to make their way. You might be able to hear them sludging around. I'm going to turn to them in a moment. Just want to see if these other members of the herd perhaps make their way towards us, giving us a little bit of a passing by. Or if they are going to turn and head towards Scotia. It seems like the latter. so they've caught a little bit of a breeze at our backs here, so a couple of them have decided to stop and investigate this interesting smell. Samantha, indeed, such a cute little chubby buffalo. Yes, indeed. Sorry folks, I'm just going to straighten up here a little bit. Yes, indeed, they are quite teddy bear like when they're young, these young buffalo. I've got one here that's trying to attempt a little bit of suckling whilst mum is quite busy. Oops, careful little one. Oh, quite a lovely setting here. These buffalo, they've really timed it perfectly, arriving just as the start of the show begins. They've been resting in the plains all morning. Well, not all morning. They actually came onto the plains earlier this morning, and then rested a fair bit just in the open. And I was actually commenting a very peculiar situation, commenting on how missed having the presence of oxpeckers. And now the few oxpeckers that are around have made an appearance. You might even be able to hear them just behind us. What I'm going to do slowly, I don't want to move too quickly. I mean, there's buffaloes all around me here, so I'm really going to have to try and move slowly here. So I'm going to try and...
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
there is an abundance. All of a sudden, there's an abundance of animals all around here. Now I'm gonna try and head now quickly back. Well, not too quickly, but steadily back here. There's a lone bull buffalo. He's squaring off here. Notice that he's got that gaze of a taxman. You owe me money. Now let's see what this taxman is handing down a draft to. Oh, decides no, this other creature's paid their taxes already. Whoop. Oh yeah, buddy. Back it off, back it off. Holding his ground very well, I won't lie. Exceptionally well. And just stands there with great confidence, which held it in good stead. The rhinos did stop. And hello there. Welcome to the party, you two beautiful chubby unicorns. Yes, come and say hello. Great way to finish the year, folks. Great way to finish the year. Absolute magic. I'd love to hear from you what your thoughts on this is. I can assure you that I'm having the greatest time with you all, folks. This is just too lovely. Oh no, please don't melt my heart like that. Goodness. Goodly. I think I just felt it melt through my feet. Just too lovely. Our little link there. Hello. Been a tiring morning, young one. Is that not just too beautiful, folks? Seems as though they're kind of patiently waiting their turn at the mudwater. That's about as far out as I can zoom. Unfortunately, I wish I could go wider. Oh, Laura, I tell you what, that was quite the standoff, hey? I'm glad that there was a first for you. It was certainly quite a beautiful moment, and most impressive how he, the buffalo, really did well. It's holding his ground. He really held it off for as long as possible, really. And the rhinos kind of respected that and had their little stare off, and buffalo then politely allowed them to pass by. Such an awkward cropping, I'm sorry, but yeah, it's tricky to figure out what to do. It's literally as wide as the camera can go. Just having a look now again. Now these are those big old pins I was speaking about earlier that can swallow up an oxpecker. And it's really quite amazing how the oxpeckers do completely. They'll disappear down there, really get into the depth of the orifice of the ear to go and search for some tasty tick morsels. So enjoyed a bit of a rest there now. I think I'll maybe try and find a okay, now there's a bit interesting behaviour, scenting a little bit of dung from somebody of its own kind. A little bit more. I'm just checking Facebook updates here. Who's been online? Who's been around? Is it Frank? Is it Julie? Is it Tandy? I don't think there's an animal in the world that makes curves look so good other than a rhino. Maybe a hippo, but yeah, rhinos for sure. Well, that was just unbelievable, folks. I'm so elated to have had that experience with you all. Really and truly special way to end this fine year. And what a beautiful end. On that sweet note, let's go and have a look at what Okokio has to unfold to us this morning.
Thank you, Liam. What an awesome way to start your morning. No rhinos my side yet. I have had a morning meeting now with the animals. Apparently, it's due to the rain, yada 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 yada, that we are not having any babies yet from the wildebeests and the impalas. I still think it's highly unacceptable, but it's fine. We'll oversee them. We don't want to end the year on a bad note. But what an awesome sighting that is. I've also had quite a few sightings with buffalo and rhino standoffs, and I've even had a few where elephants were also thrown in the mix. It really is incredible when you've got two powerful animals like that, to see how it, unravels and which one will be backing off. But yes, no rhinos my side yet. I've just been scanning everywhere just to make sure we are not perhaps missing a cat under a bush, or perhaps a secretary bird, or Cory bustard, or perhaps a raptor. But nothing yet. We shall see what is coming to the waterhole today. But it is an absolutely beautiful day. Of course, it is a scorcher today as well, so hopefully that will encourage the animals to come to the water regularly. As we often see with the antelope, the zebras, they really do come and go, but they don't stick around the whole day, as of course it is very hot. There's not a lot of shade apart from this one spot. So then they tend to just head back into the bush and get some food, get some shelter, some shade. But I really do hope we see some elephants today. That will really, really, really make my day. Just want to see, it's oryxes, gemsbokkies. And of course, a while ago we had some eland here as well. It was very exciting. As always, I lost my mind, made a couple of people deaf, especially our directors and our team in MC. But that truly is the beauty, especially I found with the water holes. It really is different every single day. Yes, you've got your regular visitors like the oryx and the springbok and the wildebeest and the zebras, but every now and again Mother Nature just throws something new into the mix. So I'm very, very excited to see what will be today's surprise. But that being said, I don't want to have any expectations. I'm just grateful that we are very fortunate to be able to watch these beautiful animals and just see how nature just carries on and does its thing. And of course that cheep, 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 cheep. Those are the blacksmith lapwings, and then the I'm not even going to try and do it, but the little giggle was the little grebes. So, of course, for those of you that don't know, Okokoyo is a man-made waterhole. And here in Namibia, there are, of course, various waterholes, which means the animals are not restricted to just one area. However, that being said, we are still anxiously awaiting rain here. So, for now, this is one of the main resources for the animals. And as I said, that being that it's man-made, they are able to fill it up if they need to, or to feed it. But generally, specifically in national parks and reserves, whether it be a big game reserve or private game reserve, people really do try to limit that. I remember my previous lodge where I was working, we had a water hole right in front of the lodge. And for the most part, we didn't have to feed it, but every now and again, you would have to, specifically in the winter time when it's of course dry season, you would have to feed it. And I think for where that was, it was more for aesthetic reasons. You can't have this beautiful lodge and then just a dry hole. But it did also help the animals, because even though there were 40 plus water holes on that reserve, it was a private game reserve, the animals really do start to suffer every now and again in the winter time, because sometimes you can have quite a few water holes, let's say for instance in the southwest, but a lot of those water holes then tend to dry up and the animals have to move more north. Luckily here in Ukokoyo, this is a man-made water hole. So for now it's still good. Hopefully we will get rain in the next 2 weeks or so, hopefully before then. But we'll see. Of course, climate change, all of that does also implicate the weather and the rain patterns and all of that, as we see, just wherever you find yourself as well, I'm sure, whether you live in South Africa or abroad, wherever you find yourself. If you compare the rain patterns from this year to 10 years ago, it's definitely changed periodically, bit by bit, every single year. And I myself have seen that, for instance, in Greater Kruger, in the Sabi Sands, where you had rain start generally in September, October. Now it's only coming later and later, November, December. And I do think that will continue to happen as well. And again, that is partially our fault, I believe, as we do contribute to climate change and global warming and all of that, with emitting gases and all of that. But I won't be preaching today. We are just going to be taking it easy today and just appreciate the beautifulness all around us. Beautifulness, goodness, the beauty. Sorry. Just want to have a scan around and see if anyone is coming to the water hole. Morgan, you would like to know what my best sighting in Ukokoyo has been. Well, I have had quite a few actually. I'm sorry, this is Morgan in MC. I have had a wonderful lion sighting of the Umbika Pride of 3 lions that attempted to hunt in the morning, but they weren't very strategic about it. And they actually stuck around for the whole day. And then it was very anticlimactic actually. I kept an eye on them the whole day, watching them. And eventually they had so many animals going past them. And I understand, of course, it's very hot, so they have that to take into account as well. But in my personal Homo sapien opinion, they had ample opportunities. But again, it is very hot. They don't want to waste energy. So, yes, that was a brilliant sighting. We actually started Escape to Nature and we saw what looked like springbok or impala. And I actually said, what is that? Because those are very strange walking antelope. And as we took a closer look, it turned out to be lions. And then, of course, all of the baby animals that we see here in Okokweyo. The oryxes, the zebras, all of the baby zebras. The other day I saw the tiniest foal that I've ever seen. It was literally still falling over its own feet and everything, or hooves. And yes, I have to say everything here in Okokweyo is my favorite, whether it's elephants or rhinos. Oh, of course, we had that one brilliant rhino sighting in the afternoon as well, where there was a bit of a rhino and a lion standoff, and the sun was just setting, so you couldn't really see what's happening. You just saw these silhouettes and the dust from the rhinos mock charging the lions. It was absolutely beautiful. But yes, Morgan, I like everything here in Okokweyo. And I like the peace and serenity that this location offers as well. But let me know what has been your favorite sighting. It doesn't have to be just on Escape to Nature. It could have been Penguin Beach, it could have been sunrise or sunset safari. It doesn't even have to be recent. If it's perhaps a sighting that you remember years ago that happened on Wild Earth, or you want to tell me a specific moment that you shared with a naturalist. As you all know, we are all very, very out of the box and very crazy. And sometimes, there's just one particular moment that you remember. I remember there was this one safari that James Hendry did, and there was this lapwing constantly flying past him. And he was trying to explain something, and the next thing he just lost it. And he almost swore at this lapwing. But I don't know, that just stuck in my mind. It was absolutely hilarious how he was just really, really attempting to, educate and immerse himself. And then the next minute he became a human being and he decided, no, enough is enough. Randy, you are saying your favorite sighting was the lion here in Okokweyo a couple of days ago. How amazing is that, hey? That we don't know what's going to happen every single day. And, of course, I wasn't the waterhole naturalist, but I believe that must have been absolutely amazing. And as I say, especially here in Okokweyo, because we never know what's going to happen. Every now and again we see a lion or just something incredible. And again, it's such a random location, and you think you would spot everything from miles away. And then if you just take a quick scan around and you see a little bit of movement, or you see something and you realize what it is, it really is truly amazing. But thank you for sharing that, Randy. And please do let me know, what was your favorite sighting? Doesn't just have to be an Escape to Nature sighting, whether it was a sunset, sunrise safari, even Penguin Beach. I have to say, I myself am learning a lot on Penguin Beach as well. I actually at one stage wanted to study marine guiding instead of wildlife guiding. And then I chose a different route. But I too love the study of the animals around the coastal areas. Personally, I learn a lot from Kirshna and from Gary. But as I say, any sighting really doesn't have to be recent, or just a moment perhaps that you shared or remembered with one of the naturalists. Alrighty, well, I'm going to keep monitoring our different water holes and see what else is happening. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you back to Liam in Kariga.
everyone, welcome back to this lovely little mud willow. At least one of the buffalo now enjoying a bit of a great time here, cooling off. Lots of dragonflies also flying about it, which is quite neat to see how they'll dart in between and around these buffalo as they rest in the wallow and snatch up any little flies or other insects that are attracted to the buffalo. It's quite a neat little relationship. You often get it with many different creatures walking through, again, a grassland, and that little subtle disturbance being capitalized on by the dragonflies. Sometimes it's egrets. Egrets will do the same. The white birds that follow the buffalo around. Drongos will come and land on their backs. All sorts of creatures will use other animals as beaters to disturb the veldt and churn up potential food. So we have a brave soldier marching through the herd of buffalo. I really am quite amazed by. Beautiful landscapes. There's also from the east
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in the Dickway, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Now this area that these buffalo and this warthog have taken to is also one of our resident Blesbok's favorite hangout spot. In fact, the warthog is pretty much where Blaze loves to hang out when his turf is not overtaken by these incredibly large beasts. And so with all this mineral concentration and the good amount of water in this shallow depression in the terrain, as I've said, there's a greater accumulation of minerals in the ground. So also happens to be that just next to where that buffalo was walling, this little bare bit of earth in the foreground of this buffalo is a popular mineral lick. So there seems to be a certain concentration of salts or mineral salts in this terrain where the warthog's about to walk up onto, and one can often find zebras. I've seen warthogs, and I think I've even seen Blesbok coming up onto this berm and feeding on old soil, which tells us that this particular spot has clearly got minerals in the soil that the animals do crave. So Nina, in this case, it could very well be a good reason to hang out with buffalo. There are very, very few creatures that are going to mess with the buffalo. The occasional lion might. It serves. Yeah, it might serve the warthog well to be hanging out with other creatures that can also hear, see or smell other predators. But it depends on how you also want to look at it. I always like to give an alternative to the regular thought process. So yes, I mean, naturally safety in numbers is always a good strategy, but if you're standing up with a herd of buffalo and you're the only warthog around and I was a lion, if there's one creature I would choose to eat, it would be a warthog. So yeah, it depends on how you want to look at it, really. I would definitely leave the buffalo alone and go straight for warthog, because it's the easiest prey in amongst a bunch of quite challenging prey. So yeah, I think there's a bit of both in it, a bit of truth in both of those ideas. But yeah, it's not uncommon to find warthogs in amongst other species and feeding in between. I think any herbivore that has a predator, a common predator, stands to benefit from hanging out with another. Of course, it reaches a threshold where if you are competing for exactly the same resource all the time, then you have to figure out that cost benefit. Is it worthy to stick around and compete with these other lesser beings with a And what is the chances of improving your survivability if there was a predator around versus competing for the food that you both might be eating? But it's so often there's very little competition with grazing, unless, at least here, let's say in Kariga's example, there's very little competition for grazing. So it would be probably good for a bunch of different creatures to have safety in numbers. Also, they all offer different sensory abilities. Some have slightly better eyesight, some better sense of smell, and so collectively very little goes undetected. The power of diversity. So it is quite a breezy morning, so I do apologize for the wind, but that won't be too much of a worry, I'm sure, because we're going to go to Lisa at the dam cam. So let's go and have a look and see what's going on there.
Thank you, Liam. One of our awesome zoomies have spotted some monitors. I think it's one just in front of the bush and one behind the bush. If I'm not mistaken, when I say bush, the few twigs and a little bit of grass in the actual water. I just want to see what they will be doing. I know it's a little bit tricky to see now, but you can clearly see there is one monitor here in the water, just as I say, just in front of this little twig pole or whatever that is in the water. Come on, you silly thing. Of course, just before we went live, it actually jumped into the water, or leaped into the water, I should say. And of course, these guys are reptiles, so they are ectothermic, relying on the sun to heat them up. So often you'll see them basking on a log or on the banks. But it does seem like it is a little bit cloudy, so probably just will stick around the water. I just want to have a look-see. Of course, you can hear a blackback puffback there in the background. That whew, whew. Beautiful birds. It's one of my favorite bird calls. Oh, monitor, really? Rarig. Candice, you are saying we hope to see the monitor, or you hope to see the monitor swimming. Yes, it's always fascinating when they do actually maneuver around. It's one of my coolest sightings I've had here in Djuma. Two monitors that were actually chasing each other around, very fascinating, and one was significantly bigger than the other. I just want to see what's going to happen now, because of course these geese are going to walk towards the monitor now. Jeez, I can't believe how fast these chickadees are growing. Oh, they really have gotten so big in just a couple of days. That's incredible. That monitor is just staying dead still. Of course, Egyptian geese are very, very protective over the young. In general, they're very territorial and protective, but especially if they have youngsters, they'll be even more vigilant and defensive, I guess you can say. Don't think we don't see you. We know you are there. I think let's just keep an eye on the monitor. You never know. Might get active. Or it might not. We'll just have to see. And of course, my favorite summer migrant is calling in the background, the woodlands kingfisher, the chichir. Ach nee man, lekker waan. A monitor is what you call a lekker waan in Afrikaans. But this lekker waan is being very, very difficult now. Literally just as before we came over. It literally jumped into the water. Alrighty, well, I will keep an eye on it. For now, let's see what the chickadees are up to. Oh, they're so fluffy. I sit just here. I'm tired now. Okay, I'm not tired anymore. Let's go. Oh, they really are so beautiful. Okay, I'm tired again. I sit here. No, we're not sitting. We're moving. Come. No rest for the weary little one. When I see an Egyptian goose, I always think of, I can't remember which of the 500 Shrek sequels it was, but the one with Rumpelstiltskin. He's got this geese, this very, goose, very, very aggressive looking goose. And I always think of the, think of that specific goose when I see Egyptian geese. I don't know who of you know what I'm referring to, but definitely. Especially, of course, when they have little ones, as I say. Then they are even more on edge. Less relaxed. Not that they are relaxed birds at all. Michelle, good morning. It's good to hear from you. You would like to know what is the oddest animal friendship I've seen. Well, it didn't last very long, but I once saw a young female leopard playing with a baby warthog. And they literally, initially we thought that she was going to hunt it, but they literally played for a good 45 minutes long, and then the baby warthog just took off, and she just kept lying there and didn't even go after it. So that was definitely one of the most odd sightings I've had. But in terms of friendships, I used to work in Hoedspruit. I've spoken about this place, but the rehabilitation center for baby elephants. And there they use sheep. A sheep? I can't remember. But they'll use a sheep to, accommodate the elephants, because elephants are very, very emotional animals in general. And so a baby elephant that has gone through some trauma, or, whether it's lost its mom or has been separated from a herd, or whatever the situation is, they can literally, and the same with rhinos, they can die of like depression almost, because their condition just drops. And unfortunately then they can literally die of depression. But yes, they used to give those baby elephants, and I think they still do, give them a sheep to be friends with, just so that they have someone with them. Because of course you don't want them to be used to just humans the whole time, because eventually the plan is to rehabilitate and release them back into the wild. So having that sheep, or I know there is a center as well, also in Hoedspruit, that also rehabilitates, goodness, sorry. That's my New Year's resolution, saying rehabilitate perfectly in the new year. But they rehabilitate rhinos as well, that were victims of poaching or whatever the case has been. And I know with one particular rhino, there was a wolf dog that also was the, like the friend to the rhino. So yes, it's always interesting to see whether baby elephants and rhinos in various rehabilitation centers all over Africa, what they give that animal to befriend, just so that they have someone. And then as they grow older, they generally give them either another rhino or another elephant to then get used to, and then they'll hopefully release them back into the wild. But that was also very interesting, yes. And it's funny how quickly they become bonded with that animal. And then this wasn't in the wild, but my father's best friend used to have porcupines. And these porcupines were so in love with these German shepherds. They were the best friends ever. I know the female was Kimmy, and then I can't remember what the dog's name was, but that was also very, very interesting how these two animals just loved each other, and they couldn't go anywhere without each other. But I think anywhere in nature, if you if you pay really close attention to the animals, you will find odd behaviors in terms of friendships and all of that. Of course, there was a leopard years ago as well that caught a female baboon, and she hoisted it up into the tree. And as she got ready to start devouring it, as she turned it over, the baby was still latched onto mom. And this leopard didn't do anything. It just, okay, calm down. Everything is all right. The leopard didn't do anything to the baby. It actually tried to, take care of the baby. But of course, the baby eventually died because no one was nursing it or anything like that. But yes, in nature, I never think we can predict these things. I just love these little ones. So 50, you would like to know how many of these little ones make it to adulthood. So unfortunately, not a lot, to be honest with you, if I'm going to be brutally honest with you. Generally, they'll have about 8 eggs or so. It can just be 4, it can just be 2, but on average, they can actually have up to 8 chicks. But the thing is, unfortunately, raptors, like eagles, owls, they'll actually go for the little ones. Something like a monitor lizard that we saw as well, they'll also go for them. But Egyptian geese are what we call precocial. So they are not helpless when they hatch. They can already walk and feed if they need to. But of course, they are, still under the protection of mom and dad. But we do see it specifically here in Djuma, where I know the one evening our zoomies saw how a snake devoured one of the little ones. So it really does happen. Lizards, snakes, raptors, even baboons. As savage as that may sound, even baboons will go after the little ones if need be. So it really depends. But to answer your question, not many of them actually make it to adulthood. I would say on average, if you've got 8 little ones, if you're lucky, 2 will make it. But as I say, they grow super fast as well. For me, just in the 10-11 days that I haven't been here, they have gotten so big. So that does also assist them in some way, to sort of evade the predators or the raptors or whatever might be coming after them. But that being said, every now and again, they do get unlucky. And if mom and dad are just not there in that moment, they could get snatched up. Oh, but they really are so... they really have gotten so big. I used to hate it when adults would come to me, when I was a kid. Oh, you've gotten so big. I thought it was the most annoying thing under the sun. But I too am now one of those adults, not just with the animals, but even with my niece and my other family members. You've gotten so big. But specifically with with the Egyptian geese, they grow very, very fast. Just quickly want to see if that monitor lizard is still around. It's a little bit tricky to see. Of course, with the water now moving. But I think it's still in front of this little patch of twigs in the water. I think so. I'm not sure. I'm merely speculating. But let us take a look-see and see what else is happening here in Djuma. Just want to see what that bird is. Leopard lover, good morning. You are saying your favorite sighting was with Lauren and Darby and their beautiful, beautiful leopard. Absolutely. Any leopard sighting is always always wonderful, whether it's in Madikwe or any of our locations. That truly is something. Oh, it's a dove. I thought we might get lucky with our kingfisher. But yes, leopard lover, I take it from your name, you two are a big fan of leopards in general. But anytime you see a leopard, you know, whether it's a brief sighting, whether it's in a tree, on a termite mound, on the prowl, is always absolutely brilliant. I was actually going through my photos the other day because when I save my photos from my camera, I actually have a folder for each and every one. And I was very, very, very fortunate on my previous reserve. I think it was over, I think 80 leopard sightings that I have. And those were just the sightings that I got proper photos of. Those weren't even all of the sightings. But as I say, always with leopards, it just never gets old. And I really would not mind if we see a leopard today in Djuma. That would really be wonderful. I mean, it's more or less the right weather for it, I would say. But that being said, the other day, you know, with Cedric, we saw a leopard in, I think it was like 11:30 in the morning. So you never really can predict their movements. No animals coming to the water yet, but of course we will monitor it and make sure we are not missing anyone. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you back to Liam in Kariga so we can see what he's up to.
Well, we haven't missed a thing here. There's a couple of blesbok who have now come up over the ridge and proceeded in a little bit of resting, it seems, or coming to a rest. They've showing signs of wanting to come to rest on this ridge top. Just having a look on the side here. Just seeing there's at least one or two of these buffalo still up and about. Even though most of them are resting now. Again, that one's dead to the world almost. This big chap here was flicking up dirt a moment ago. Ah, beautiful fish eagle calling in the back. Ostrich, just to add a bit of diversity to the scene. It is all happening here this morning in Kariega. It was really lovely to have the oxpeckers earlier, and they really did bring a bit of fun to the equation. Got to see them hopping about on the backs of the buffaloes. I assume they've moved off somewhere now. Ah, there you are. There's one still sticking around on the back of this buffalo here, walking away. So nice to see. I do miss the sound of the oxpecker. Yeah, it becomes an ingrained sound in your head when walking about in the bush. The kind of sound that alerts you to big creatures, big and hairy creatures such as buffaloes or rhinos hiding out in a potential wallow. So you do become quite privy to the sound of their call. Our Cape Longclaws have been busy at it all morning, toing and froing over here, just not far to the right here of the vehicle, and busy feeding their ever so fast growing chicks. Had a little squiz in the other day, and they should be ready to start coming out the nest pretty soon, in the next week and a bit. It's going to be quite a fun bit of content to come to you with, watching the little Longclaws come to terms with this new world they've come into. And the fish eagle calls. I tell you, there couldn't be a more characteristic sound in the African bush than a fish eagle. Really just encapsulates the essence of this wonderful continent we get to call home. It's calling high up in the sky soaring above us, staking its claim. I'm going to keep on panning here just a bit to the right, because there's this, it seems to be such a persistent thing, or behavior, should I say, of the eland. I don't know if it's the eland or the buffalo, but it seems to be the eland, that whenever the buffalo are around, the eland follow. And I suspect it might be just merely the fact that there are other bigger creatures. You know, I hope you folks are all tuning into the sound of that fish eagle calling above us here. I just think because it's another gathering of large antelope, they feel perhaps the sense of safety in numbers. An example of, I don't want to say like, because they're like in that they're antelope, but they're not really related, closely related. I mean, there's Inyala and Kudu are much closer relatives to an eland, but I don't know, there's just this really interesting tendency of theirs to hang out. There's eland and buffalo. Now, is this eland eating grass or eating earth? They do from time to time eat a bit of dirt. Either which way. So now you see, well, how do you measure success as an antelope? That should be the question asked. If you want to use a number or population of antelope as successful, then the animals with the highest population in Kariega, or antelope should I say, sure, I'd hazard a guess at either eland, sorry, eland, it's on the screen, I'm just looking around thinking Blesbok or impala are probably the most numerous, but does the number of antelope dictate success? I mean, there could be lots of antelope here, but they might not be successfully fitting in. So depends on what you call success, and depends, I suppose, what does an antelope call success? I mean, our understanding of an antelope success is only that of a perspective of a human. So let's take the attention away from these eland for a moment. I've got a nice yellow-billed kite who's come and landed just here at the cross. Let's see if I can find him. There you are. So yesterday afternoon, at the edge of Scotia Waterhole, I for the first time came across a water monitor lizard, or Nile monitor lizard, and it was hands down the biggest Nile monitor lizard I've ever seen. It was the size of a rock monitor lizard, which is a different species altogether. It's much more of a dryland species, the rock monitor lizard. But this Nile monitor lizard, or water monitor lizard, came out of the waterhole, came out of Scotia and onto the land and was feeding and what I assume to be the same bugs that are attracting all these kites. There are incredible numbers of kites on the plains, especially over the last week or so, or two. The numbers have just increased day by day. There's more and more kites, and what they're doing is they're going and landing in patches. You'll see it happening in the back of the frame, all over the plains. They just fly, they hop, do a little flit over the plains, come down, and then just drop on these. I assume they're a type of beetle. I think a very large, hard-shelled beetle. Let's just watch here. And the monitor lizard was just walking around, snacking on bugs, getting a nice full of protein. And it was really easy for the monitor lizard. Just kind of took a few steps, snatched up a bug, took a few steps, snatched up another one. It was like a buffet, really. And I get the sense it's the same for these kites. And up and down, and up and down they go. It's definitely not behavior I've seen before, but I don't assume it's rare or it's uncommon. It's a new experience. So yeah, it seems as though it's some sort of emergence of these kind of tenebroid type beetles. Fun to keep an eye on these kites. Really neat. Everything else seems to be rather sleepy as the mercury continues to steadily rise. There's a bit of a breeze that is accumulating. Let's see if we can. I want to see if we can. And folks, of course, if this is an interactive experience, so we always appreciate your questions and comments. So feel free to send them our way, and we try and get around to them. What I'm trying to do here is trying to see if we can really capture one of these kites picking up one of these beetles. Nope, not that one. A lot of work to try and capture this. I'm going to move over to another over here. Where did you go? Okay, just below that zebra. Tip. Fun in the wind here. Look at all of them. So amazing how many these kites are. A bit of Egyptian goose in the foreground here, and which pair it belongs to. Storks are out and about as well still, a pair that seem to have arrived yesterday. So beautiful, that contrast when these little clouds come over. Really is amazing. It adds such a mood. Yeah, so there's two storks that have arrived just yesterday, and they were following the buffalo earlier this morning, and then they changed tack and followed a pair of rhinos that came by and had a wonderful pass by. For those who were with us earlier, it was really just such a magic experience. And now there's not as many bigger creatures to follow around the plains, and a lot of creatures have come to a bit of rest. It is that time of day, of course. So now they have to expend a bit more energy to attempt to find prey. I'm sure the storks will probably also feed on the same little beetles that the kites and the monitor lizards were feeding on. Well, as I keep my eye on these wonderful birds feeding in the plains, let's go over to Amakhala. Say good morning to Andrew.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Amakhala Game Reserve, and we have started the late morning on a good note. We have a beautiful elephant bull here. Just beautiful to watch him having a nice little sip of water and enjoying the opportunity to hydrate. Beautiful. Look at this. Unbelievable. So hello again, my name is Andrew. I hope you're all doing very well. I do have my friend BK, he's behind camera, and we're excited that we found at least an elephant bull in the heat of the day today. It's quite hot at the moment. What was the degrees again? Almost 30, yeah? Almost 30 degrees today. It feels like 33 or 35, but we're going to make it work. How cool is this? It sort of brings back memories of myself and BK watching elephants not far from here, also doing a bit of a mud wallow and all of that. And we had a great sighting that day. And the sighting is also pretty brilliant. Having a nice little drink of water. Wow. Isn't he just beautiful? Yeah, no, this elephant does seem quite thirsty. Of course, always a good idea to prepare yourself for a hot day by hydrating as much as you can. So I would imagine this elephant bull and the rest of the elephants on the reserve, they're going to drink quite a few times today just to be nice and cool. And we'll see, maybe he'll do a bit of mud wallowing, throw some mud on his body. I've just got a feeling that he's gonna, when he does get moving, he's gonna move towards us on the road here. But we are parked off the road. We are parked off the road just in case that does happen. There we go, just thinking a little bit. Danny, there is a few methods that elephants will use to cool off. Okay, so this elephant has decided to walk that way. That's good. So mud wallowing, you know, drinking as much water as they can. Good old-fashioned sitting in the shade. All right, so I think that happens, BK. All right, so I think let's go to this wallow that's just over here. I think he's moving towards that area. Just gonna start up. Yeah, so Danny, shade is very important, as you know. We need shade when we're hot. It's much like the wildlife as well. Okay, let's just see what he's going to do, this elephant bull. Okay, so we do have a visual on him. We just want to see where he wants to go. Turn in here, Beaks. Alright. So you've got to sometimes try and think ahead and think what the animal wants to do. Perfecto. So by spraying mud on his body like he's doing now, what he's actually doing is he's creating a layer of clay on his body that's going to protect him against the harsh sun. So keeping his skin very well protected by having a barrier over his skin. So in the human world, we use things like sunblock and stuff. So think of it that way. And in fact, if you are ever in a situation where you are being burnt alive by the sun, what you can do is actually cover your body in clay mud. And the sun won't be able to do anything to you. Beautiful. Yeah, I think this elephant bull's in the most perfect area to view for us. We'll probably be able to watch him for a while here. I think he's pretty preoccupied with throwing mud. But you'll notice he's not actually drinking that water. He's just throwing mud. A lot of animals do use that water as a mud wallow. So it's all churned up. It's not the nicest water for elephants to drink. And so they'll avoid drinking it. They'd rather use the fresh water and the pools on the side of the roads, which have filled up with rainwater over the last few rains we've been having. And then if they do hear water pipes underground, it has been known that elephants pull those water pipes up because that is fresh water. That is coming straight out of a borehole. It's as fresh as it's going to get. Yeah, so at least 60% of his body is now covered in mud. Just a little bit of his face, which he just put mud on now. A little bit of the back section still needs a little bit more mud. So he's trying to get mud in all the parts, and that's going to include the private parts. And you'll see when he flicks that mud right underneath his belly. Just such a beautiful sighting. It's really peaceful watching an elephant bull do this. Hey Michelle, I imagine it is. Yeah, I imagine it is. It just brings his sort of state of mind to a much more peaceful state because he's cool and he knows he's prepared his skin for the sun. That's a little bit of exfoliation for the skin as well. We can't deny that. And it's fun. I don't know if you've ever seen elephants bathing, swimming and mud wallowing. You can see they really, really enjoy it. don't think he's done yet. I think he's going to carry on doing it. But you could see the way he was standing with his trunk on the ground. It's very much in thought. So who knows what's going through his mind, but sort of trying to make a decision what he wants to do. Carry on. Could be, does he want to put more mud? Is there better mud over there, perhaps? See, just like that. He's very much thinking at the moment. I would say close to 80% of the body is now full of mud. See, he's doing a little bit of head swaying, so you might move a little bit. Wow, he is really covered. It's looking really shiny at the moment. Let's see what the other side of the body looks like. Also full of mud. He did a really good job. From top to bottom, including his toenails, are full of mud. Ah, look at that. How he crosses his back legs. See that? So he's a little bit tired and he's finding ways to sort of just rest, lighten the load off of his feet. Just by crossing the legs like that. Hey Debbie, 100% true. Now elephants are very interesting animals to watch. Very interesting animals to watch. They do so many amazing things. You've got to think of their body size. One would often think that they're restricted in what they can do, but they're not. I've seen elephants pick up little berries on the ground, one by one, that were the size of a peanut. I've seen them go up mountainous areas. I've seen them push really ginormous trees down, and BK and I were discussing it just the other night when we had knocked off having dinner together, and we were just talking about how elephants push those big giant marulas down. They're very powerful animals, but yet so gentle. And they're fully aware that they're ginormous animals and they could intimidate most things, if not everything, but they don't. They don't behave like that, and that's what I love about them. Beak, should I re-angle? You want to stick it out here? Alright, let's see how the angle is here. So he is slowly going mobile behind us. He's just peeking his head through, just seeing what we're doing. Shame, he is beautiful. He really is. And his eyes are blinking a lot at the moment. So he's actually feeling very tired. Definitely in thoughts. I think he's looking perhaps for a place to have a nap. He's just scratching his ear there. See that? Interesting. Sorry about that bar over there. Yeah, that's your furthest gyro point there, BK. Let me just start the vehicle a little bit. So there's some tall white squalls that are growing here. I don't want to drive over them, Shane. They do take a long time to grow, actually. Not the stalks though, but the bulbs themselves. And there he is on his game path. See that? It's just amazing that when he walks through there, you can't hear him. Morning, Nancy. Absolutely. Ah, definitely. Elephants are so gentle. Humble animals. And I think, that's one of the main reasons why I admire them so much. As I mentioned before, that elephants are ginormous animals. They're huge. This bull you're looking at is probably about 4.5, going on 5 tons. Yet humble. Very kind. Of course, you can get onto the bad sides of elephants, but they don't ever really want to reveal that bad side. It takes a lot for them to get really angry. Mistakes need to be made for them to get very cross. But if you understand elephant behavior and you stay well out of their way, you don't block off each other, especially if there's a herd. You don't drive through a herd. You don't try and intimidate youngsters. You just leave them to be and give space, and they do exactly the same. And one thing you must always notice when the naturalists ever make vehicle approaches to any animal, look at the environment in which they're in and how they've parked the vehicle, that there are ample opportunities for ourselves, the vehicle, to move away if there's a problem, but there's ample opportunities for the elephants to move around or elephant to move around. The idea is not to box anything off. You don't corner them, because then you see a side to them that you don't want to see.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So I'm not quite sure where the breeding herd is or the family herd is. I don't think they're very far. I think they're still in this basin area somewhere. But let me remind you that the basin is quite a large area. A lot of it is the open environments, such as this one, great for viewing. But there's also a big portion of the basin which is made up of the Albany thicket. So hence the reason why like the breeding herds like to go in there. A lot of food and a lot of cover and shade. It's just a great place to hang around. Now some of you will be familiar with Afstert and Collie. Now if you had to put those two elephants next to him, you will notice a size difference. And that's the level of dominance. Now Collie is the most dominant bull in this reserve, and his head stands taller. Of course he's a bit heavier because he's older. But to estimate this bull here, it's probably about maybe 30 years old. Around about there, 30. Just beautiful. So we actually saw this elephant bull not too long ago up in the Leeuwenbush Flats area, which for us is quite a drive. Hey Tyler. Tyler, most of the time they're on the move. They do need to move quite high distances. Because you can imagine they require lots of food and they can't stay in areas for too long, otherwise they just damage the area and then there's no more food. Elephants are smart in the sense where they do allow areas to recover. They know that there's plenty options for food. Don't hang around in one area and just eat it all, because it takes a very long time for that to recover. So they'll move around. But by saying that, sometimes they can hang around areas and move very little distances. I've known an elephant bull that hung around an area for about a week, 9 days, same area. And you might find that when perhaps if two bulls have a fight and one gets badly beaten up, might go hiding in a thicket and just hide in there for a couple of weeks or so, or a couple of days, whatever the case may be, just to heal up, get back into condition again, and then feel a bit more confident. But the herds, the breeding groups, they are roamers. They are constantly moving. And very seldomly do they hang around areas for too long. When calves are newly born, you'll find that breeding herds, they'll hang around an area for some time. But as soon as the calves are up and able and, have developed enough muscles to keep up with the group, the herd will start roaming again. Excuse me. Faith, I have actually seen that. I've seen them mud wallowing with warthog and buffalo before. Yeah, I've seen that just recently, actually, as a good couple of months ago. The buffaloes were on one side of the wallow, a couple of individuals were mud wallowing, and then the elephant on the other side of the mud wallow, and no problems at all, not showing any aggression towards each other, quite contempt with each other's presence, because they're there for the same reason. And elephants fully understand how important mud is. But sometimes I have noticed there's an elephant bull in this reserve. I don't know if he's afraid of warthog, but he doesn't like them scuttling around him too much. And he tries to sort of just wave them off with his trunk to say, go away, rather leave me alone. So he's just standing there. I think he is catching a bit of a nap. And of course, one will wonder, why doesn't he go into the shade? I think he's got enough mud on his body for him to feel quite content over there. But he's not going to nap for too long. He's on his feet at the moment. So his intent is probably to move towards the shade. Or edge, towards one of the lodges where they have fresh water in front of the lodge. So Woodbury is not just around the corner here. Hills Neck is not too far either. Elephants have been known to drink water there quite frequently. Okay, we're going to continue a little bit to see what this elephant's going to do. In the meanwhile, let's head off to Lisa at Ukukoyo and see if she's got any elephants on her side.
Thank you, Andrew. At last I do, yes. It is our two beautiful bulls that we see ever so often. You can see the other one is just still slowly strolling towards the waterhole. I just want to have a look-see and see if he's going to chase away the zebras. Oh gosh, sorry. But you can see the front runner was very, very thirsty and anxious to get to the water. But yes, I was just busy observing the general game here in Ukukoyo. We had a tiny, tiny zebra. Not with this dazzle, but one that was here previously. And then as I was scanning around, along came two gentle giants. Just absolutely beautiful. Honestly, I can look at elephants every single day, the whole day. I can never ever get tired of them. And I think it's this one elephant that is going to come now. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's this one. But one of these elephants literally have like only a few hairs on their tail. Let's see now, perhaps it is this one with his rear end to us. We'll have a look-see now when his friend arrives. But yes, these two bulls we often see, and then every now and again they have another bull that joins them. But it is a fairly old bull, so generally he moves around by himself. Every now and again we'll see him lagging behind a herd. But for the most part, these two are friends, and then we've got another bull, and then of course several herds. But I myself am only slowly also getting to know the different dynamics of the animals. Where did this Ellie go now? Ah, yes, there we are. It's this elephant that doesn't really have any hair on its tail. Now that could be for various reasons. It could have been born like that. Of course, no, we don't know this elephant since the day it was a tiny elephant. It might have been something that happened to it sometime during its life, whether it was perhaps a predator, or believe it or not, it can also just be natural causes like, I don't even know, it could have wandered through the bush and then going through a thorny area, that could have pulled out the hair at the tip of the tail. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that does actually happen. One of the elephants I used to work with on my former reserve, that actually happened. We saw it happening. It was a fairly young elephant, so of course, the older they become, the more resilient their skin and everything becomes, the thicker their skin becomes. But it really does depend, if you're not with an animal, even if it's a lion, let's say you see a lion on a buffalo kill. You don't know if that lion killed that buffalo unless you see the actual claw marks and teeth marks on the throat for the suffocation. Even then, you don't know what happened. We can speculate all we want, and it's the same with this Ellie's tail. I have no idea what happened to it. It might have just been born like that. And we've got some kudus off to our right as well. Our left, sorry. Our left. We just had 4 beautiful kudu bulls as well, but they were here very briefly and took off again. These off to our left seems like just cows. And it really is, I agree with Andrew as well, it really is an incredible animal just to observe. I always say any elephant sighting you have is always going to be different, because the dynamics of the group or the herd is going to be different, or the individuals even. Their mood might be different. But for the most part, people tend to think these are very scary and vicious animals. They are actually so super chilled. I mean, anything of course is going to be very dangerous. Even a springbok or an oryx is going to be dangerous if you provoke it. But for the most part, animals are just very relaxed, specifically elephants. And specifically 2 older bulls like this. Sorry, I just wanted to double check something. I thought I saw a scar or something, but it was just the skin itself. Bobby, you would like to know, how do we know when elephants are comfortable with our presence? So of course we are very lucky on the dam cams, because the animals do not even know that we are here. But of course, out in the wild, whether you are on a self-drive safari in a national park perhaps, or whether you are with an experienced and qualified guide or naturalist, there's various signs that elephants specifically will give you. Now with elephants, as I always say, and Andrew did also mention this previously, with elephants specifically, you always have to make sure they have an escape route and you have an escape route. So always rather, view them from afar as opposed to going too close potentially, and that animal being, provoked by you. Now with elephants, I have to say elephant sightings are my favorite when I am on actual safari. Merely because of, the relationship you build with just one sighting. So you can arrive in an elephant sighting, but remember, you do not know what happened to those elephants before you got there. There might have been a tantrum amongst them. There might have been another naturalist that perhaps got too close to them. There might have been a leopard or something that, moved through the bush and they smelled it and they are now on edge. So with elephants, it's always very important to first give them space. And with doing so, you always have to allow yourself and the elephant or the herd an escape route, always. Because any animal, whether it's an elephant, rhino, buffalo, lion, they will rather evade the scene or situation as opposed to attacking. The only reason an animal will attack you is if it's really got no other option. So with elephants specifically, well, with all animals actually, they have a comfort zone. So this is, as I say, let's say you are getting into an elephant sighting, you first stop very, very far away. You let them get used to you. Because another mistake I've seen many guides make as well, they get into a specifically elephant sighting, then they tell the guests, shh, everyone keep quiet. And it's not just elephants, it's a lion sighting, it's a leopard sighting. But that animal, you can't come there with a rumbling car and then keep quiet, because that animal will then think, okay, well, you've probably then left. Yes, they do still smell you, but remember, they don't really know what you are. So they have a comfort zone. Then if you get a little bit closer, and this is when approaching the animal initially, that is an alert zone. So that is still, they are not attacking you or anything, but they now know of your presence. Whether you are on foot or in a vehicle, as I say, by yourself, perhaps on self-drive or with a guide. Then after that, if you go closer, they have a warning zone. So that is when animals, are telling you, listen, I'm not fine with you. And with elephants specifically, that will be opening the ears, lifting the trunk. I know a lot of people refrain to just saying this is the only behavior that elephants have when they attack or when they are provoked. I've seen various reactions. So really, but they will tell you. Elephants specifically won't just, come for you. And then after that, they have a critical zone, which generally animals, again, elephants, rhinos, lions, whichever animal you are approaching, then they have a critical zone, and that means you are now too close and you have now provoked the animal, poked the bear. And yes, then you are not in a very good spot. But with elephants, as I say specifically, rather always stop far away. And again, I've seen many guides make this mistake of saying, oh, I know the animals, or I know the elephant, or I know this rhino. I've seen specifically a rhino that actually ripped the wheel off a Land Cruiser, which is a massive vehicle. He literally punctured the wheel and ripped the whole thing off. of the whole vehicle. And of course, in that moment disabled the whole vehicle. So it really is rather always give animals space. But I always say, do that to allow yourself to read the animals, because you will always, specifically with elephants, you can always pick up the vibe as to what is going on. Are they irritated? Is there perhaps calves in the herd that you can't see, but the herd is very on edge? They are very, very overprotective. Sometimes, it's just a bull in must that is irritating the whole group and causing a bit of dynamics amongst the group. So always, just rather allow yourself enough space. Because again, I've seen this many a times on various reserves, where the guides initially pull into the sighting and they get too close. So rather, stop far away, assess the situation, assess the animal. And often, I've had sightings where an elephant is right next to my face, but by that time I've been in the sighting long enough, checked the animal, made sure I have an escape route and the animal has an escape route. Specifically, like if you're on a safari in the bush with a guide or something, I like to stop a little bit off of the road, but still allow some of the road for that animal. Because remember, to us, we tend to think, okay, well, this is our roads, this is our reserve. Those animals couldn't care less if it's your reserve, if it's your national park. To them, it's their home. So if you are in the way, they are going to tell and show you that you are in the way. But how fortunate are we just to be able to observe these animals? And got a little bit of a fight going on in the back. But just to be able to observe these animals in their natural habitat without them knowing we are here. Of course, you can hear some distant voices in the background. This is, in fact, a campsite at this actual waterhole in Namibia. But, guys, come now. Hash it out before the new year. Victoria, good morning. You are saying you are fascinated by the trunk. Absolutely. And I think this massively contributes to elephants being a favorite animal to so many people. Because it's just, it's fascinating what they can do with it and how they can maneuver it. As Andrew said, picking up berries, something that huge with thousands of muscles in it. The animal itself is such a bulky and big animal. So you would think, they just sort of stomp around and do their thing. But I've actually had the privilege of working with elephants very, very closely. And it is just so fascinating what they can do with their trunk, how they can maneuver it. And, still in the same breath, break a whole tree branch off with it. Or, walk up to a tree and, of course, use the head to sort of shake the tree to, for instance, get marulas off. But then after doing so, using that trunk so delicately to pick up a marula, and then even so, putting that marula in its mouth, getting all the juices out, and then, after that, they'll swallow it. Unfortunately, they don't digest very well, so you'll often see the actual full marula in their dung. But they know exactly how to get the juices out, how to survive. Anything they need to do, even when they are digging up water. As Andrew said, sometimes, You'll often find on private game reserves, where they pull out the water pipes, because they can hear that. They can feel the vibration of the water. They can hear it. They can smell it. I don't know. It's just an animal I can absolutely never get tired of.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
And I'm actually wondering a very interesting thing now. Would this count as geophagia? Because of course geophagia is, when animals ingest soil or rocks to sort of help with their digestion. And the reason I'm wondering this now is the other day I was observing my favorite birds, the hardy-does, from my porch. And they were, foraging for worms and everything, and of course they've got that long probing beak to sort of insert into the soil and then eat the worms. But essentially in that process they are now ingesting soil whether they want to or not. So does that count as geophagia? And does this count as geophagia? Because even though the elephant is splurting it out and sort of spreading it over its body to cool down, etc., etc., there must surely still stay some mud in its trunk. And when they are now drinking water, that is again going to be mixed with the mud, and then of course they insert that to their actual mouth. So I wonder if that would count as geophagia. It's very interesting. I think I'm going to do a bit of research on that. Even if you look at elephants specifically, often we've seen elephants defecating in the water holes, not just here in Okukoyo, but our various locations. When we have an elephant sighting, often they don't care that they defecate in the water. Now, animals are drinking that water, so they are not directly eating the dung, but that nutrients, of course, is now slowly breaking down in the water. So would that count as coprophagia? I think I'm going to definitely do some research on that, because I'm now wondering about that. Rolo, good morning. You are saying your favorite sighting that you've had thus far on Wild Earth has been every cat sighting, pretty much. Absolutely, I agree with you. And it really is, you know, even when I'm looking at my apologies. Sorry, I misunderstood my director. You are saying every Catman moment. So with Chris, of course. My apologies, I just heard cat moments. Yes, he is a man of many talents. With the wild dogs, with the cats, and of course with his tracking as well. But thank you for sharing that. But it really is difficult, you know, when you start to reflect on all of this. It really is tricky to sort of pick a favorite, because even this sighting in itself, this for me is very special as well. And I know this is a sighting that we see rather often, not just specifically here on Escape to Nature or at Ukokoyo, but definitely, you know, pretty much all around. But as I say, every single time is just so special, because the way that they clean themselves and dust bathe and mud bath to cool themselves off. I mean, if you look at this elephant alone, it's tricky to see now because of the mud and the actual shade of the skull. But of course, elephants have beautiful long lashes. And again, you know, that's designed in such a way so that when they do that, can you imagine throwing yourself with mud in your face? You will definitely need to rinse your eyes a couple of times. But of course, you know, they have that to help them, to prevent the actual mud from going into the eyes when they do that. Because you don't see them closing their eyes when they actually take a mud bath. There we are, also resting his leg like Andrew's elephant did. And you can imagine, I mean, 4 to 6 tons carrying around every single day is a lot of weight. And if an elephant had to actually lie down every single time it wanted to take a rest, it would really be a lot of trouble. I mean, if they were perhaps ruminants, maybe it would be a little bit more possible, but even so, it would still be very, very tricky. So with elephants, they do distribute their weight from leg to leg every now and again, specifically when they're on the water. Often when you see them swimming, I'm sure you've often seen when we see elephants swimming, they become absolute children. And just like us, there's a lot more things that you are able to do in the water as opposed to when you are not in the water. You are much more buoyant. You have way more abilities, and it's the same with elephants. That is also why they love swimming. Even on colder days, it's not always necessarily just to cool off. It's a way of resting as well. But apart from all of that, distributing the weight, swimming, etc., etc., of course, elephants do have a biohemispherical brain, which allows them to just sort of shut down one side of the brain and just take a little bit of a nap. Basically go on autopilot. I wish I could do that, honestly. Still be with it, but not be with it. Jennifer, you would like to know how alert are elephants and if they'll know when a predator is around when they are napping. Yes, but this also, relates to all animals. Even a lion, when he's napping, he'll know when another predator is around, when prey is around. Kudus, impalas, springboks, when they are napping, they also know exactly what is going on, as do zebras, etc. So all animals, that is why they are just so, so, so incredible. Because even when they are resting, they are always alert, they always know what's happening. But of course, elephants have a phenomenal sense of smell as well as hearing, as do the other animals. But elephants specifically, to our knowledge and studies and research and everything, have been really, really blessed when it comes to their acute senses. But then again, we can only speculate so much. We can only go on so much that we know. I think there is way, way, way more to animals than what we will ever fathom. Even with all of the technology that we have and that we'll have in 10, 20, 30 years, we will never truly understand and appreciate these glorious animals for how incredible and intelligent they actually are. And again, when we say intelligent, we sort of compare and relate it to our intelligence, but I think it goes way, way, way beyond that. Oh, did you stick around after all? I thought he might come back with his friends still hanging around the waterhole. And again, I can sort of try and say this or this might be the dynamic between the two. They might have come from the same herd and broken away. But it might be something completely different. They might be related, these males. I actually really wish I knew. I wish we could stalk them on social media and sort of see what's the gist of their lives. Oh, look at all the kudos joining the party. Of course, it is heating up now for the day, so a lot of the animals will be pushed to the water more, not just necessarily to actually drink water, but to also sort of come and cool off. Ooh. Hi. That is very interesting. Who are these two? And why are you afraid of them? I can't say with confidence that I know these two elephants. I've definitely, I don't want to be incorrect now, but I've definitely not seen this one in front. Those tusks I definitely would have remembered. And there's quite a significant size difference between the two of them. But that was very interesting. The other two took off immediately, which I have not seen here yet. I've seen a dispute between these two bulls that we had now that were at the water hole, and then that one single elephant that I told you about. But these two, I can't say with confidence that I know them. Ooh. Zanele, you would like to know where can the largest elephants be found? Well, it depends who you ask. Now, Kruger National Park still has very, very big elephants. Some tuskers, as we refer to them, which are elephants with really, really, really huge tusks. But definitely Zimbabwe as well. I know Zimbabwe still has quite a few large elephants over there due to the gene pool, and then as well as Botswana, but that's to my knowledge. If anyone has additional information or you beg to differ with me, you are more than welcome to let me know, but as I say, no, it depends on who you're going to ask. But definitely, this is very interesting. I'm just trying to figure out this dynamic now. Of course, you know, it's definitely opposing teams. Bachelors against bachelors. But there was, because the two on the right were definitely chased away by the two that obviously just now arrived, but then the other one made no point to back down when they actually came for him. Yes, you tell him. This is your water hole. Tell him. He's definitely not backing down. But the other two don't seem very fazed by him. Which again, of course, as I say, we can speculate as much as we want to, but we don't know what the pheromones were that were given off. There might have been a certain scent. One of those bulls might be in must. One of the younger bulls, I should say the drier bulls. It really does depend on, what happened here. But this one initial male had no problem of showing his dominance, of course, by his genitalia, which is something that animals do. Just like nyalas, for instance, the bulls, when they challenge one another, they do this weird slow-mo dance, but they raise all of their hairs, which is called piloerection. That is just a method of making themselves look bigger, showing that they are in fact big males. And with elephants it's the same, they'll open the ears, make their genitalia very, very obvious. Like this one elephant off to the right is like, Bob, come on, man. Just let it go. Typical peacocks. And again, this is very, very good proof as to, what we often discuss when it comes to elephants specifically. Their genetic pools and bloodlines and everything, cause this elephant that's walking off now is significantly bigger than the other two. And he's got very large tusks, but that being said, this elephant that's in the water off to the right, it's tricky to see now, but you can see his tusk is actually sticking out there. He's got way longer tusks. So it really can be tricky to actually age elephants because of, those genetics, their families. I mean, in Mashatu we've got an elephant herd that all of them just have one tusk on one side. So that is just something in their genetic pool. But with these two or these three elephants now, I wouldn't be able to tell you which one is actually older. I would speculate and guess that the one on the left, the two darker ones that were initially mud bathing, those are older. But that being said, looking at these elephants, the one specifically off to the right is a rather hefty elephant. It's got very big tusks. But again, I wouldn't be able to tell you without a birth certificate. But again, this just brings me back to the fact that we do not know what's going to happen. Every single day, is a new adventure that's awaiting us. And again, I'll definitely cross-reference myself, but I personally do not think I've seen these two bulls. I'm very familiar with the other two that were initially here at the waterhole mud bathing. But this elephant specifically with his tusks off to the right, I cannot say with confidence that I've seen this elephant before. Jackie, you are saying at least they are not intimidating other animals today. Yes, definitely. I mean, we've often seen when the elephants do arrive here at the waterhole, or any waterhole really, the other animals tend to sort of make way just due to their size. But there's definitely some bad blood here. And when I say that, I don't mean there's a history or something. I just mean there's definitely not a friendship per se going on between these elephants. But again, that is the case with most animals when it comes to the males. It's all about submission and dominance out here. Even the zebras, lions, springboks, oryxes, the oryxes that we saw sparring earlier on. It's all about being the biggest and the strongest animal out there. And you can see this elephant off to our right. This is what I was talking about, you know, opening the ears, making yourself look bigger. I'm actually sort of taken away by the fact that now that, and I know I say this often, but that this is actually happening in Namibia now and we get to experience this. As these animals are all, you know, doing their thing, coexisting, trying to coexist, we have the opportunity and the privilege just to be able to observe these animals, whether they are mud bathing or just drinking water or just chilling, really. It is so cool that we get to do that and spend time with them without bothering them, without disturbing them, without causing them to alter their behaviors or movements or anything. I just want to see if this other elephant took off completely. That is very interesting. Just quickly want to have a look, because they are going to be displaying something that is very particular to elephants specifically, but you'll see they'll lift their trunks and sort of smell each other's faces. Now what that does is, of course, elephants have what we call a temporal gland on the side of their faces, or gland. And that actually releases certain smells and pheromones and all of that. And that actually also communicates to them, you know, what sort of animal is this that I'm dealing with. This behavior that they are doing now, that is literally sizing each other up. Seeing where's your head, how big is your skull, how big are your ears. But the actual smelling of the faces, that is to pick up certain pheromones and sort of see what's happening with this elephant. Is it in must? Is it a big, strong elephant, you know, that's giving off aggression? Or what is the situation? And this really is so brilliant. I've been observing this waterhole for months now. And again, this is a first for me. I've not had actual bachelor rivalries. I'm seeing, you know, a little bit of dispute amongst the herds and so, but not two very separate bachelor groups that are taking on each other. However, this one was left by his friend. His friend created the drama and he just took off. And this is what elephants will do, whether it's younger bulls, older bulls, whether they are just learning to, you know, sort of challenge one another or have been doing so for years and years. They won't immediately back off. This one elephant can't just turn his back now and just walk off because he doesn't know if the other one is still going to come for him. And the same goes for, there's one to the left. He's the current successor now, just because he was able to intimidate him that much. But I've seen elephant fights, you know, start out like this and then the other elephant just completely loses it and decides, okay, you know what, I'm not going to back down. You are not that tough, and I will show you are not that tough. But like this, just sort of making sure to some extent that they're keeping an eye on the situation or their competitor.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
You see, now I'm very confused. Because who's actually your friend? Now you're following that one. That is very, very interesting. I just want to keep my eye on them and make sure, that he's actually following through. Maybe he's just perhaps making sure that elephant is leaving now. But that's the thing with elephants, as I say, there's not one single elephant sighting that I can tell you, it was boring, it was nothing we haven't seen before. For me personally, like with lions, I love lions, don't get me wrong. But with lions, they are either sleeping, hunting, or mating. But with elephants, there's always something different because of their dynamics, because of, the type of behavior that they display, because of the different situations they can find themselves in. As I say, this is not my first, second, or fifth time that I've seen elephants here in Okokweyo, but that was definitely a first for me. The encounter itself, the way this one elephant, I'm still not sure what this elephant on the right is doing. Or what his deal is. Is he going to stick around the waterhole? Is he going to move off in the direction his friend left? Is he going to follow that elephant on the game path? And specifically, with elephant bulls, sometimes you'll see them by themselves, sometimes you'll see them with a whole herd, sometimes you'll see them with other males. It really depends on so many things, their sexual status, their age, their condition. Of course, if they are not in a good condition, you won't necessarily find them with other bachelors, because they will definitely make a point of, I almost want to say, bully that male. I've seen that happening quite a few times, where there was an elephant with an injured foot or hoof, and the other elephants definitely made a point of telling that elephant, listen, we know you are a weaker link. And that really goes for all animals, I would say, lions, elephants, all of these animals. As soon as you are injured or sick or something is wrong with you, you are definitely more vulnerable, because now you are most probably going to be left behind, or you are going to be treated differently, which is sad, actually. Shame. Just want to see now if these two are going to hash it out, or if this elephant is really just trying to proclaim this waterhole as his own. See, now I'm wondering, that elephant that's walking off, is that perhaps our lone elephant? No, but I don't know his tusks. I would have recognized him by his tusks. I'm very confused. And that is the thing with animals, we can all have our own theory and sort of get excited about it, or try to say, what's your storyline? What happened? Michelle, hello again. You are saying that you don't want to see the Ellis fight, but it's definitely fascinating to see this sort of behavior. And that really goes for anything we see out here in nature. And again, not just necessarily Okokweyo, all of our locations. It's not fun to see an animal being hunted. It's not fun to see an animal. I've seen lions fight, and it was pretty brutal. It was literally 3 sons or 3 brothers that ganged up on their father. And the way they went about it was just absolute savage. But even with elephants, of course, elephants also have to establish dominance amongst themselves, even if it's just for that time being, just to sort of be the boss over the waterhole or whatever the situation is. So it's never fun when animals do fight or when they do hunt or, any of those situations, or seeing an injured animal. But I do agree with you, it's always fascinating because it's, as I say, this for me was the first time seeing these dynamics, and I don't know who that elephant at the back is. I've never seen that elephant before, to my knowledge. Again, I might be wrong. But right now, I have no idea what's going on. I assume this elephant off to our right is going to follow the one in the back because he's sort of waiting for him. But now this one that's in the water, his friend has left already. So are they then just together sometimes? Or are they always together? I'm not sure. And you can see that one in the background is still waiting. And again, I might say, okay, well, it's probably waiting for its friend. It could just be chilling. It could just be taking a nap or something, but I would say it's probably waiting for the other elephants. But this elephant's in the water now, I have no idea. He'll probably... I'm going to say he's probably going to exit off to the left and follow his friend. But again, I could be completely wrong. But how amazing was that? Just goes to show every single day is a new opportunity to experience something new. But speaking of opportunities and experiencing amazing things, let's see what Andrew and BK are up to in Amakhala.
Thanks, Lisa, and welcome back. I know you're excited to come back, and good to have you again on the Dam Cam. We're still watching this elephant bull. He's getting slowly mobile, just walking in between the bushes here. Now, he did go into a thicket just after we saw him earlier, but he spent a little bit of time in there. We just waited patiently for him to pop out, which he did, and I see he's now mobile. Beautiful area that we're at now. We're actually on top of an area called Oryx Loop, which is a nice little lookout spot. See that? Look at that. We sort of on an overlook here, or a lookout. Great place to look for animals with binoculars, most definitely. And definitely just a great place for myself and BK just to sit here and enjoy the surroundings. And the bonus is that there's an elephant in the front. So here's another elephant quite far away. I think they've just come from Hills Neck Safari Lodge. They had a drink out the water hole there. Nice little place just to enjoy. Look at this environment. Isn't this so special? So we're actually in the far eastern part of the reserve now, where myself and BK are based when we are off duty. We're in the far western side, the north side of the western section. So it's always nice to come down to the basin because it's quite a bit of a drive, and just to do a little bit of sightseeing along the way and try and spot some animals along the way to get to the basin, which is always nice. Beautiful. Nice breeze up here, which is quite good. Yeah? Okay. Oh, I see there's a big cloud of dust out there. Have a look there. It's having a good time dust bathing there. Hey Juliet, yeah, it is nice to see far and wide like BK is doing now. Look at the hills out there. Isn't that just stunning, hey? So the hills sort of remind me almost like a tsunami, you know, this huge wave of land coming. Always reminds me of that. But that's the one thing about the topography out here on Amakhala. It's extremely scenic. And when I used to be a safari guide out here, I used to section, it depended on the guests of course, but I used to section at least one of the game drives to do a scenic route. I'm trying to figure out where this elephant bull might be going. I think he might want to go to the top of what they call drop-off, which is sort of just that hill that's just in front of him. And you can see there's a lot of game trails that are actually leading up there. So definitely a well-used path used by elephants. Let's take a look at all those game trails there, Beeks. So we're just going to pan away a little bit just to show you all these game trails. Look at them, almost like these network of veins, if you will. Those are all made by animals. So big and small, elephants to even the small little animals like duiker or bushbuck. Birds will use those game paths as well. And those are essentially little road networks. So for animals like elephants and whatever else, they're going to use those as a way of getting to an area that they want to be in, but by the same token using as least energy as they possibly can by just getting onto a well-worn path. Now the environment looks quite easy to walk in there where that elephant is, but let me tell you, in these thickets it's not very easy, so it's ideal for them to get onto those game paths. Beautiful. Now, it's also a great area for the pride of lions, the Amakhala pride. This morning, I believe the male was seen not too far from here, but given the fact that it's so warm, given the time of the day, we didn't manage to spot him, probably laying flat in the shade somewhere. And then the cubs, the last time the cubs, we actually saw the footprints of the cubs this morning, also not far from this area. But they have been stashed away in an area not too far from where we are now. So you never know for this afternoon, never know what's going to happen. And the minute they do pop out, we will definitely make our way towards them. We find that, some of the bulls might be down in the basin today. But in a few days from now, you'll find that they'll probably have moved quite a bit. Some of them may stay in the basin, but a lot of them, especially the breeding group, they often make their way up towards the top section. And it's almost predictable in which road they're going to use to get up to the top. So myself and BK use the road Dairy Road and also Eloweni Road to get up and down to the basin and then back up to the top. And then this is also a road that the elephants use. It's easier for them, and they do use those roads. Well, for now, it seems like the majority of the bulls are down in the basin at the moment. A lot of greenery at the moment, so there's plenty of food for them down here, and they're going to utilize that for as long as they can. Good. We're going to send you also to the Eastern Cape, not far away, Kariega Game Reserve with Liam. Let's see what he's busy with.
Welcome back to Kariega, everybody. There's a bit of a addition to this muddy wallow. Oh, we're about to get another addition. Might even get a bit of interaction here. Sure, tell you what, these pachyderms are certainly treating us on this fine New Year's Eve day. My word! So we had this pair just earlier. Come right up to the vehicle to come and give us a good old snuff, and now we've got them wallowing in this lovely wallow and a bit of interaction here. It's really, it is treating us left, right and centre. She's not very happy with this bull approaching. She would rather he goes and finds his own wallow. Let's see if he go and picks. He's going to go and pick a fight with the buffalo. Take his rejection out on. But Mr. Buffalo is not going to tolerate it. seems he's going to stand his ground as he did earlier today. A real Dinkum Kariga standoff. Tension is keeping me on the edge of my toes, that's for sure. I don't know about you folks, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens next. Oh, he gave a back down and the buffalo is picked up on it. So literally just waiting for any bit of sign of weakness. That is most impressive, really and truly most impressive. Unbelievable. I mean, this rhino is a significant amount bigger than that buffalo, but in this instance it was mind over the matter, and the buffalo won the mental battle there. Boy oh boy, that was a magic interaction. We get a little bit of spray here. Still searching for a nice place to go wallow. This poor chap's getting battered left, right and centre. Rhinos, buffaloes, who else is going to step up to this poor chap? Really, and I'm just so amazed by that little standoff we had. Michelle, the rhinos always make the heart happy, that's for sure. Makes my heart happy just watching the beautiful interaction and how it's just that you could sense that tension in the air between that rhino and the buffalo, and it was literally just a waiting game. Whose patience fuse is shorter, and that subtle movement by the rhino and the buffalo was onto him. So it looked like a dead stalemate, but it was much rather a tense sort of standoff, waiting for one to give in. It's most impressive, most impressive. He's gonna sneak into the wallow backwards. If I don't see you, you don't see me. There you are. Everyone gets to wallow in peace.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making love. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
Let's move over to our champion buffalo bull. So do forgive us for the audio, folks. Might be quite windy out here today, so might from time to time to get a little bit of noise. This is quite a beaut of a buffalo. I won't lie. This is quite a beast of a bull. It's yeah, and also his confidence. The way he just stood off that rhino moments ago was really noble. Said to the rhino, "Well, pal, all I'm doing is grazing here, and you're trying to rain on my parade, yeah? Do you mind just going another way? It's a perfectly open plain. You don't need to come straight through where I'm grazing." Being a couple hundred kilograms larger than a female buffalo means that he would of course have to consume a fair bit more grass. So Simon asks, if a buffalo and a rhino were to fight, who would win? Well, there's an equation one could try and figure out. So I reckon, given the situation, if this buffalo had to take on this rhino, I reckon he'd win. But you know, you'd have to be a confident buffalo like this one, with a big set of horns like this, and you'd have to have immense strength in his neck, which he does. This rhino doesn't have as a sharp and pointy horn as other rhinos do, so he stands at a distinct disadvantage. But if he had a sharper horn and this buffalo had less pointy horns and a less strong neck muscle, and I think the rhino would win. But if there were two buffaloes, I think the buffaloes would win. If there was a young, more vivacious rhino who might be less tolerable of a buffalo, then I think the rhino would win. So really, subject to interpretations, I'd say yeah, I mean, you could go on with the story all night and figure out many different variables of how it could work out. Buffaloes have got a unbelievable confidence and nerve. I mean, case in point here. Rhinos do tend to be a lot bigger, but just because they're bigger doesn't mean they necessarily know how to fight as well or hold their own ground as well. I mean, those horns from a buffalo could easily pierce a rhino and give it some pretty nasty wounds, as could a rhino with a slightly more pointy horn. The variables are endless.
Oh my goodness. We have elephants, but look what else we have. Oh, the babies. I do not know if Cedric or Alex have seen any wildebeest babies yet, but these are definitely my first. Oh, they're so tiny. Oh, day maid. And of course we have elephants. Swimming elephants, that is. So day maid to the max. And it's a fairly small herd actually. I think it's just 6 members of them. But they just came for a quick swim. And it seems like they already want to leave us. I'm not gonna lie, I'm loving these elephants, but those baby wildebeests are pretty distracting right now. Well, that was really, really quick. They came for a quick dip and, of course, taking off again. As I said, the animals will definitely do that, especially the elephants, especially if they have youngsters. Oh, just look at that tiny one. Oh, they are so scrawny. Just look at those legs. Oh, you know. Oh, that's very, very tiny. Of course, it's a little bit tricky to see here at Okokoyo, specifically with the rocks and everything. I did try to have a look-see to see if we can still see an umbilical cord. But just judging by the size of the body and the legs and the movements and everything, I wouldn't say more than 2 days old. Perhaps not even a day old. Yes, no, that is very, very tiny. So, first baby wildebeests for me. At Okokoyo, of course. And when you look at all of these animals, just like we spoke about the Egyptian geese, of course, with their chicks, they are very vulnerable. You know, anything can snatch them up. But it really goes for anything that could potentially fall prey to a lion or a raptor or anything like that. Even scavengers like hyenas and jackals. Those animals have to be able to stand very quickly, to nurse very quickly, and most importantly, to run very quickly from birth. Because they, I mean, at any time, you know, you could potentially become a meal to anything out here. So it is just so, so incredible when you look at it. All of these animals, how quickly they develop. Of course, not elephants really, but elephants have very, very big bodyguards and a lot of them around them when they are born. But something like a wildebeest, unfortunately, they could very easily fall prey to a lion, and even more so for a little one. Oh, but I'm so happy. Our first wildebeest babies. Oh, that was just absolutely precious. Tiny, tiny. And I initially saw the elephants and I thought, what are those tiny things coming along with the wildebeests? Oh, what a cute friendship would that not be? A baby elephant and a baby wildebeest. Odd, but cute. So next up we want, I think, baby springboks or baby impalas. We have now seen baby elephants, baby zebras, not just specifically today, but here at Okokweyo we have seen baby elephants, baby zebras, baby oryxes. We have not yet seen a baby kudu or a baby springbok or impala. Oh, and just to update you on the elephants, so that one elephant did end up following the other elephant to the back of the water hole. And then the elephant that was initially mud bathing, so the sighting that we started off with, his friend came back, and then both of them left here to the back of the watering hole following the other two. So I'm not sure if they're going to hash it out in the bush or if they are just keeping an eye on each other. Just want to have a look and see what these oryxes are looking at. Just want to try and see something here in the back. I saw some movement, but I'm not sure if it was just an antelope or if it was actually something else. Just bear with me. I'm just gonna try to see if we can actually, I don't know if you saw that. There's some movement just here in the foreground of the tree line, but I lost it again now. So my director Morgan is hoping for a secretary bird. I wouldn't mind that, Morgan, but I'm more going along the lines of a lion or a leopard or something like that. But yes, secretary bird would be brilliant. We are not fussy at all. I don't even know where it went now. But it had a very elusive movement to it. Or that might just be my wishful thinking. Could literally have just been a springbok. Indeed, it was just a springbok. If you look at the slight movement you see just here at the beginning of the tree lines, I was really hoping that is perhaps a lion or leopard or something, but alas, it was just a springbokkie. My apologies. But as you know, I like to rather make sure as opposed to always wondering, what was it? Let us just have a look-see and see if there is not perhaps a baby springbok amongst these guys. Come. Show yourself. And you can imagine a springbok is significantly smaller than a wildebeest adult. So their babies will be even tinier and even scrawnier than the baby wildebeest that we saw. What an absolutely peaceful scene. All of these animals just coexisting, doing their thing. Ooh, and these oryxes are also very, very close to giving birth, I would say, in my personal opinion. You can see that one specifically that's going out of the water now, but just in front. She is very, very heavily pregnant. And just for those of you that are wondering and are not aware, just as an update, because I know all of you like to know, unfortunately our Mashatu dam cam is still not with us. We are investigating the problem, and it seems like we are going to have to take an actual closer look ourselves. So we'll definitely try to get that sorted out as soon as we can, but just so that I know some of you like to know what's happening at the different water holes and keep updated. But just to give you some peace of mind, or some information at least. Alright, I'm going to summon more animals, and especially more baby animals. And while I do that, I'm going to send you back to Mr. Liam in Kariega.
And welcome back, everybody. I've stuck with these jostling zebras who've come to a complete standstill now, and taking up a little bit of resting time in this midday, well, we'll say midday sun. There's quite a strong breeze from the east today, which has got a certain amount of coolness to the air, so it's quite pleasant. So not exactly a searing hot day down in the valley here. But nonetheless, they are making use of their one's back for a nice headrest to take a little skip. Very cool to see. Very, very cool to see. Lean on me, and I'll lean on you. Another really neat thing about how they stand with their head to their rump is that they get to swat flies. But I don't imagine there'll be many flies today because it's just simply not enough heat around. And ooh, wow, how's it? Oh, okay, I'm just gonna quickly try and pan out here. We've got some Egyptian geese really giving it a good old box. Sure, they're constantly flying at each other, but now somebody's been caught by the bill of the resident pair and is not letting go. That's going to be excruciating. Look at that. They've been at it all week. And up and down, and now he's been caught. One biting one, another biting the other. Each feathers flying. Look at that. Look at that. My goodness me. Hop, hop, hop. It looks like it might be suffering from a bit of a sore wing there. Sure. So, let's see, okay. Okay, there is the victor. Jolly good, and now he is coming in for more. Round 2. I'm having to dance around the camera here. Oi. Okie dokie. Well, that was a bundle of fun. Yeah. So there looks like the I don't want to say the loser of the battle. It's such a terrible distinction to give. The one who didn't win.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
Thank you, Liam. It seems like you have to be holding on to something, otherwise you will be blowing away very soon. I'm just actually admiring the beautiful clouds here in Ukukoyo and how quickly, you know, the weather can sort of change, whether it be becoming overcast, becoming sunnier. I'm sure you've seen various times on various of our escape to natures and sunrise and sunset safaris, even Penguin Beach. That really is the one thing that that is always certain, is that the weather is always going to change. Where we started with a beautiful open day here in Ukukoyo, it is now slowly becoming overcast. And I don't want to get my hopes up. I hope it means rain, but I don't think so. But how beautiful is this? I don't know about you guys, but cloud watching for me is like sitting next to a fountain or river or the ocean, or like sitting next to a fire. It's very, very mesmerizing. Not sure. I think it's a kudu bull that just arrived. Let me just have a look-see. Indeed, beautiful, beautiful kudu bull. They are always a treat to see. I really enjoy watching kudus. The females, I mean, I think they're beautiful, don't get me wrong, but a kudu is not a very fascinating animal in general, you know, unless they are sparring or something. But of course they are very skittish, very elusive. But in terms of actual, unless they do that. And of course you see the immediate erection of the tail allows for that white to become very, very visual, or visible I should say. And of course that forms part of the flash coloration. That is how they sort of try and throw a predator off its game. They do it, the impalas do it. A lot of the, there goes a grey hornbill. A lot of the animals do it. And I just wanted to prepare all of you for some homework. I do not hope you think you are just partying all night. So your homework for tomorrow's Escape to Nature will be to tell me and, you know, sort of discuss what your New Year's resolutions are. And again, it doesn't just have to pertain to you specifically, or you are, of course, more than welcome to tell me, you know, whether you are setting a goal for yourself personally, but what will your New Year's resolutions be in terms of helping towards Mother Nature? But that is only for tomorrow, don't worry. I'm just giving you a heads up for your homework, so you can do it now and then you can have a bash tonight. But I really hope everyone will be having a brilliant evening and being safe tonight. I will just be in my bed. I'll maybe set an alarm for midnight and then Happy New Year, woohoo, and go back to bed. I don't know yet. We shall see. But we shall also see what the new year is going to bring for us in terms of the different locations and dam cams. Just want to have a look around. Oh, I can't tell you. I really thought that springbok there in the background earlier on was a an elusive something, but no. These animals, you know, they don't read the scripts when you tell them to. But then sometimes they surprise you, like we saw the elephant surprising us. Ooh, speaking of which, is that an elephant? Just bear with me. It is an elephant. Look at that. I suspect it might be our elephants from earlier on, because that is the direction all four of them in pairs did head off into. So I suspect it might still be them. But just goes to show you how well they camouflage. I honestly did not even see them from far away. You can see there's one just below that tree still. You can just see the grey blob. I think in fact there are two. Do my eyes deceive me? Let me have a look-see. If I can. See, now I don't know what I'm looking at. I think below this tree there are still two elephants. I'm literally like staring now, but I can't. Perhaps it's nothing. Let me try and have a closer look-see. I see Tulu agrees with me. I'm just unsure of what's on the right. The left I definitely know is an elephant just below that tree, but the right seems like an outline, but I don't know. We shall just stick with them for a little bit and see if they also do follow the other elephant.
Da, 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 da.
It's an elephant. I wonder if they've all made up now and like sort of formed a gang or a mafia. Chad, you would like to know how often do the same elephants come to the water hole in a day? So that's a difficult question, because you see, I think I saw two new elephants today. There's definitely one elephant that was new to myself. I don't know about Alex or, Cedric in their time that they observed the water hole now recently. But there's definitely one of the elephants that came previously that I have not seen before. But, sometimes we can go like 2-3 days without seeing any elephants at the water hole. So it really does depend. Just look at that, how quickly they camouflage, eh? But Chad, yes, it's sometimes we can go days without seeing elephants. Even our beloved Mashatu waterhole, it's known for elephants. Botswana in itself is known for elephants and the massive population of elephants that you'll find. But it really does depend, and that's the thing. That is why I always say, whenever we have a sighting of whether it's a springbok or an elephant or a lion or a rhino, it's always special, and we always have to treat it like it's going to be the last, because I myself have now, come to see that I often take sightings for granted at our various water holes, and then when you don't see it for a couple of days, you're like, you sort of miss it. But with elephants, Chad, sometimes we can have elephant sightings every single day, 3 times a day, and other times not so often. But that being said, the herds I'm still getting to know. I know there's a herd with a very, very, very small baby, like literally a month-old baby. And then with the bulls are generally easier to recognize and to sort of identify, just because they are obviously singular or in pairs, and it's easier to see them for what they are, as opposed to one big herd and you have to sort of look at each and every single individual. But every day is different. It really is, and that really is the beauty about what we do and what we experience and what we get to observe. I can't believe how well that elephant is camouflaging. And that that you hear, that is actually the grey hornbill that photobombed the camera, or the elephants I should say. Mara, you would like to know if elephants ever leave their members when they travel. So, if you mean like youngsters or something like that, no, definitely not. And specifically elephant cows and youngsters and aunties and all of that, they are very, very well bonded. And then, of course, elephant bulls sort of come and go amongst the herds, depending on their sexual status and needs, etc., etc. But in terms of leaving a member behind, no, there'd have to be something very, very dire and serious happening for them to actually leave that tiny one behind. With elephants, I always think of that, what's that animation? It's actually my nickname, Lilo and Stitch. That where they say, I think it's something about Ohana. Ohana means family, and family means no one gets left behind. And I always think or cross-reference back to that when I look at elephants, because they really are, it would have to be something very, very serious or unpredictable that would actually cause them to leave someone behind. But for the most part, of course, they can get split up. As I say, you never know. There might be a situation that happens. Let's say there are poachers, for instance, on an area or in an area, and the herd gets split up. That's possible, that could definitely split up and sort of cause some individuals to get left behind, but that is not a purposeful or conscious decision that they make beforehand. But even so, afterwards they will definitely do everything that they can to relocate one another, whether it's be by smell, by hearing. Of course, we know elephants are very, very incredible when it comes to their senses, but that being said, I think we tend to favor elephants because of what we've learned from them and seen by observing them. I think all animals are, in their own way, very, very, very intelligent. Even something like a crow or a hardy-dog. I will deny that I ever said that, but definitely all of these creatures out here. Last night, for instance, so we are currently actually house-sitting my mother's house, because she finds herself in the Kruger National Park. Very jealous. And last night when we went out, so she's got this massive garden. But it wasn't in the garden, it was on the actual cement or paving itself. I promise you we counted 35 snails. Not just a normal garden snail, but we have no idea why they were out on the cement, why they weren't in the garden, what was happening. And I tried to speculate, from last night to this morning, and I still couldn't really. Was it because it was colder? It did rain a lot yesterday in Johannesburg, so it might have been that. But all of these animals, as I say every single day, you can be the most intelligent person on earth and still not understand a single thing about animals and why they do what they do and why they are so incredible. And just like that, our elephants too have disappeared into the bush or the mysterious tree line. You can still see the outline, little bit of one. Let me see if I can show you. There you can actually see two now as the sun came out. There we are. But even so, you know, if you don't take a closer look, if they are not moving, you do not actually know that there are elephants around. And you know, that really goes for elephants in general, whether it's 1 elephant or 100 elephants. They camouflage ridiculously well. And that was always, when I took guests out on safari, you know, they would always say, how can it be so difficult to find the elephants? You know, they are so, so big, you must just easily spot them. And they must be so loud, but as you've all learned by now, that is not at all the case. Unless they are not physically breaking trees and breaking down the bush and trumpeting, you really would not know that there are elephants around. And then they become mere specks. Heffalumpies. But I really am wondering about two animals. The elephant herd with a tiny, tiny, tiny baby. I personally have not seen them in a while. And then, of course, my black fluffy foal in that one zebra herd. I'm yet to see him again, make sure he's alright. And then of course our baby warthogs in Djuma. I'm not sure if they are still alright, if they have been sighted recently. It's always, you know, you tend to think when you are not working, your mind won't be at work. But believe me, even during this holiday, I was thinking about all of you and what you are up to and what you are asking the other naturalists. But definitely also about the animals. What are they doing? Are they still alright? Especially the baby animals. And then the lions here in Ukukoyo. They really do become like your family. Alrighty, well, while I look for some more animals and see if anyone is perhaps hiding in the tree line as well, I'm going to send you to Andrew and BK and see what those guys are up to.
Okay, so we've just made our way a little bit more east and we followed this elephant bull here, and he's definitely coming into a nice viewing area just on the side of the road that we're viewing at. It's quite nice. So some of the bulls have started to make their way towards the water, which is just around the corner from Hills Neck Safari Camp. So they're on that side. We don't want to disturb them there. We don't want to disturb the guests over there. So we thought let's just follow this bull and just catch up on him, see how he's doing, what he's up to. Just beautiful. And the wind is picking up a little bit down here. It's nice, nice for the breeze. Just hope that you can all hear me all right. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So actually where we're situated now is actually not too far from a road called Upper and Lower Iguanodon. So of course an iguanodon is a dinosaur, part of the Stegosaurus family. Now a good few years ago there were some dinosaur bones that were actually found here in Amakhala, and it's said to be part of the Stegosaurus, the iguanodon. And if any of you do manage to get out this way and you head off to Grahamstown, which is a main town not far from us, it's about 50 kilometers away, you can go to the Albany Museum there and you can actually have a look at the bones that they found on Amakhala, and Amakhala's name is mentioned there. And as far as I'm aware, it's the first or second dinosaur bones ever to be found in South Africa and recorded here on this beautiful game reserve, Amakhala. This bull's quite preoccupied feeding here. It's always nice to see how they use their trunk like an arm with a hand at the end, and how careful they actually are at picking up some of the vegetation. Often enough they will shake the vegetation just to rinse it off or dust it off of dust and grit before putting it in the mouth. But before they put it in the mouth, you actually see they make a shelf with their trunk and just bundle it up together before they actually put it in the mouth. So hopefully we can see that now, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. Alright, while we're waiting for this gentleman to come out, Beaker has spotted a giraffe in the distance there. There we go. Nice, nice bull giraffe it looks like. Yeah. Oh, that's that old bull. We've seen him here before. It's a very old bull, this one. It's actually got one ossicone that is broken off. In case you're wondering, an ossicone is the towers that are placed on their head, or that are situated on their head, the top of their head for fighting. And somehow he broke his. Yeah, it's difficult to age him. I have no idea how old he is, but I know he's been in Amakhala almost from the beginning, which is about 99, so you're looking at like 23 years now. But he's older than that. I mean, no, he won't be. So between 21 and 28 they live. So he's really at the maximum age now. I would say he's about roughly in his 20s, this giraffe, which is quite amazing because you don't often see bulls of that age. Oh, what have we got here? Warthog.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
I often used to say to people that giraffe, they might be, semi-common in certain parts of Africa, but regardless, they are so unique because they are so tall. And there's no animal like them out in the bush. And some of the bulls get up to 5.5 meters tall, so very, very much a tall animal. They tower over everything else. And then yesterday, I think it was yesterday at the end of Escape to Nature, we actually came across a giraffe carcass. It was a few years old. And you could actually see the vertebrae in the neck, 7 vertebrae, just like us as humans. And those vertebrae are ginormous, almost the size of my skull. And then often enough, when giraffes fight each other, they try and aim for the base of the skull and also where the spine meets the skull. And that's a very, very sensitive spot that if you get hit in the right place there, then you'll collapse, you'll drop to the ground and be knocked totally unconscious. And it can be quite severe for giraffe because it's ultimately 2 blows. You're getting hit by your opponent, and then when you collapse and you hit the ground, your head hits the ground with a lot of force coming from 5.5 meters. Some giraffe don't survive that.
Melumzi, come in.
Carl, that's a good question. So of course the bulls are going to fight. Females don't really fight. Of course the cows give birth. That's an interesting question. I think they do pretty much, the same things. It's just the bulls are extremely dominant and they really want to have those breeding rights. Because even this bull giraffe, when he was in his prime, before he lost his ossicone and became old, I'm sure he fathers a lot of calves on this game reserve, which have now become adults. It's an interesting question. Not really sure. I haven't really thought of it in that depth. But as I say, they do pretty much the same things. Perhaps Lisa, she has an idea. Something I'm missing out there, because Lisa's also got quite a bit of experience as a field guide previously. She's worked at some pretty cool areas, and I'm sure perhaps maybe she has seen something that I haven't noticed. Now at some point I want to show you a milkwood that is on this game reserve that has been shaped by the giraffe, because they feed on the leaves and they leave this perfect browse line. So you have a line beneath the canopy and you can actually see the furthest point in which the giraffe bulls have managed to reach. And these trees get this thick top canopy with almost a dead straight line underneath. It's what we refer to as a browse line. And then also in these these bushes that are quite low, you'll find that impala and the smaller browsers, they may also start to make those browse lines. And most of the vegetation that you're going to see out here is actually, it's shaped by the way in which the animals feed upon them, which is quite interesting. Okay, so this bull's just behind the bush here. Hey Lenny, thanks for your comments. It's been a while since I've got a few comments from you. Nice to have you back. Yes, very scenic. Very, very scenic. There's actually an area on the reserve here called Tiny T, which is very, very nice up there. It's one of the highest points, but not the highest point. You can overlook 90% of the basin if you're up there. And then the ridge. We've done a few segments on top of the ridge, which is nice. And that's a deep drop-off area. But then also, and we haven't been able to show you this because we don't really get too much signal in there, and that's the valleys. The valleys are beautiful. Myself and BK went through there yesterday trying to get up to the secretary bird nest, and BK even commented that it is absolutely amazing inside there, with a lot of the succulents that grow in there. Some of the trees, as they've been fed on by elephants and regrown, they look like little mini bonsais inside there. And you see some of these huge rocks that are in the base of the valley, and you look up and you can actually see where the rocks came from and how they tumbled down the valley and landed on the bottom, which is quite interesting. So always think about that when we're traveling through the valley, that a boulder doesn't come rushing down the hill. Okay, we're just going to re-angle. I see this elephant bull's in a nice area that we can reverse to. Go in here, Beak. Okay. Yep. Let's see if he moves now. Now you can actually examine all the details here. Everything from the tusk to the eye. Also the shape of the ears and how serrated the ears are. Most definitely this comes with time. You find that the older bulls do have a lot more serrations on the ears because they walk through the bush. And yeah, the bush tends to sometimes, you know, just cut the tips of their ears or the edges of the ears. Sometimes even makes perfect circular holes in the ears. I have seen that. And you can see right through, the light shining right through the ear. I'm not quite sure what he's feeding on there, but whatever it is, it looks like he's picking little bits here, little bits there. He's being a bit selective, it seems. Okay, seems like he wants to move a little bit more behind the bush there. Whatever he's eating, he's really enjoying it. Now there are quite a few bulbs that are growing underneath the ground here. So you can just see that plant, that long stem plant just behind the elephant. That's one of the bulbous plants called a tall white squall. We have mentioned it a few times, but in case you never got that, it's one of the bulbs that are beneath the earth's surface. And they take a long time to grow. And often enough, elephants do pull them out. And this area is covered in them. Some of the tall white squalls are growing taller than me. Yeah. So we've got this African pipit that keeps flying around us, landing on the ground, sort of teasing us, because we would love to show you, but this little bird just does not want to keep still. African pipit. Okay, so I think meanwhile, let's head off to Ukukuyo in Namibia with Lisa and see what's happening there.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, we are just appreciating the animals, I should say. I want to say enjoy them, but just absolutely appreciating the peace and the serenity, and just, it really just blows my mind every single day, you know, how these animals just come and go and do their thing and survive and adapt and acclimate. I know I say this very often, but I wouldn't want to live here. Not if I'm an elephant, not if I'm a lion, not even if I am a zebra. Just want to have a look, see, these zebras did not seem to have a youngster amongst them, but I just want to double check. Oh, jeez, that one female is still very, very pregnant. She is bound to have her foal one of these days, if I had to guess. So of course zebras are also water dependent animals, and it's really fascinating if you start to sort of analyze animals and their various diets and why some of them are water dependent and some of them are not. Something like a zebra, for instance, is a bulk grazer. Now they are not ruminants, they cannot regurgitate their food. However, of course, they do have a cecum, which helps with the breakdown and digestion of food. But that being said, they do need to drink water regularly. Something like a kudu, for instance, kudus don't have to. They are, to some extent, water dependent, but they don't constantly sort of have to, move around and find water per se. And the reason for that is, of course, they are ruminants, so they are able to regurgitate their food and, of course, get as much nutrients as possible. But kudus are also browsers. So if you look at a browser, of course, they eat the leaves. And leaves are way more full of nutrition because there's a lot of, nutrition basically that's being fed from the roots of the tree to the actual leaves. Whereas something like grass, specifically when it's dry season, then it makes it a little bit more bare for the animals and not as nutrient rich as it would be in summertime. So a zebra, as I mentioned, they are bulk grazers. So number one, they eat grass, but number two, they are also not selective grazers. Not like your wildebeest that sort of go after all of the short green cut grass. And then of course elephants, we know elephants are very, very water dependent, drinking anything from 50 to 200 liters of water every single day. But elephants, again, even though you would think they eat a lot of juicy and yummy things in the bush, which they do, of course they don't digest very well. They only digest about 30% of what they are eating. So all in all, when you combine their diet and their actual hydration needs, it's very fascinating when you start comparing the different animals. James, you would like to know if there are other water sources far from this one. So, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be able to give you the exact estimates with regards to like 2.4 kilometers or whatever the case is. However, that being said, this at the moment is a main source of water for a lot of animals. And the reason for that is, number one, it's man-made. So should it need to be filled, it can be filled by lesser spotted Homo sapiens. But also it is still dry season. Ukokoyo has had a little bit of rain, but their main rain season is anything from like this time to middle January to the end of January, where it starts to actually properly rain. So you can see it's definitely necessary here in Ukokoyo, but this for the most part is still a very, very big source of water for animals. And the reason I can sort of say that with confidence is because of the two elephant pools specifically that we saw earlier on. Now, for the most part, for me personally, I don't know about Alex, our other waterhole naturalist, but for me personally, those are the elephants I see the most here at Ukokoyo. And so that tells me that, of course, you know, this is, because elephants are very, very, as I said, very intelligent when it comes to their actual senses, as are all animals. But elephants specifically, you know, they can smell water for kilometers and kilometers away. They can dig up water if need be. But those two specific elephants continue to come to this waterhole. Now, it can, of course, just be comfortable. They know this waterhole, so it's easy access. But I would say two males like that will probably traverse around and move around looking for other elephants. Excuse me. And thus we would not see them that often. But I could be wrong, you know, it could be that the animals just like this waterhole. It's a comfy waterhole, they like the people here. But I highly doubt that. I want to see, I think it's an oryx approaching. Not too sure. Indeed, it is an oryx. Rolo, you are saying, is it just you, or do the oryxes become a bit bossy at the waterhole? I wouldn't say so, no. I think any animal, whether it's a zebra, a springbok, any animal would stand their ground if need be. But I mean, the oryx do have a little bit of sass in general, I would say personally. But no, not really. For the most part, these animals just coexist peacefully. They all respect each other, and obviously the biggest reason for that is they know none of them are eating each other. So they can alert one another when there's a predator, as well as, of course, look out for each other. But also they don't eat each other, so they have no reason for fighting. And then you would think, okay, well, why do elephants fight then at the waterhole? Elephants are just elephants. They are big animals. Sometimes I think they really do not mean to be so bombastic and arrogant looking when they approach a waterhole, but for the most part, no, all of these animals just sort of do their own thing, coexist, live in peace and harmony.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
And I see our koalas have forsaken us too. They have not come around, but of course, koalas are seasonal migrants, so they come and go. Just trying to look if our elephant bulls are still around, but it seems they have completely disappeared into the tree line now, which of course they will do. Elephants will constantly move and eat just like rhinos. As I mentioned, they've got a very bad digestion, but also elephants just love different things. They love looking for berries and fruits and bulbs and roots. Specifically here in Okokoya, we are anxiously awaiting the rain, which should be with us hopefully within the next 2 weeks, even, pushing it hopefully a week or so. And then it will rain for a couple of months. On average, Okokoya receives about anything from 150 to 400 milliliters of rain per year. But again, everything can change each and every single year, and it does change each and every single year. For instance, now in Gauteng in southern Africa, we've got a lot of rain in the cities. For instance, Gauteng, a lot of the more suburb areas as opposed to the actual bush. I remember we actually had floods a couple of weeks ago here in Johannesburg, and I told my aunt about it, who lives in the Western Cape, and she almost started crying because she said they desperately need the rain. Now, of course, coastal areas, they receive their rain in the winter time, but again, it just shows you everything is a little bit juggled up right now. Come on, elephants. Or even a giraffe. You know, we haven't seen a giraffe yet today in Ukukuyo. I really would like to see a giraffe. I don't want to push it with Mother Nature and ask for lots of baby elephants, but you know, that too would be nice. But even just a giraffe, we'll settle for a giraffe. Ooh, the elephants are still there. Not the baby elephants, but seems like one of our big bulls from earlier on. There we are. Probably gonna come back to the water hole. Alrighty, well, I do think this bull is going to come back to the water hole, but of course that might take a little while, just a couple of minutes. So while I wait for him, I'm going to send you over to Liam in Karigo, who's busy with some birding.
Hello and welcome back. Sorry about that, folks. Welcome back to Kariga, where we've found these yellow-billed ducks who are sheltering from this very gusty wind, which has steadily picked up throughout the day. It's now quite strong this afternoon. But they've found a little patch out away from the wind where they are doing a little bit of grooming of their feathers and removing quite a few molting feathers, it seems. It's been really quite a lot of molting going on with these yellow-billed ducks the last month. I would assume that it has a particular molting season this time of year, because they have certainly been doing a lot of grooming and removing of feathers. So they'll, you know, pluck out some old feathers and then get into the water and shake it off, and with that, you know, force of water, dislodge many of these loose feathers, which are making space for new ones. So I've shifted the attention to Scotia because there's the leguavand, which I mentioned has been hanging around. Oh, hello. And also a pied kingfisher, which, if you look carefully, should be hovering up in the top. And is just going from section to section, hunting over the water. It's quite a unique kingfisher behavior, this hovering above the water. Boom! Trying to catch something there. Lovely. Very unique hunting behavior for the pied kingfisher. Most other kingfishers will still hunt, will sit on the edge of a water body on an exposed perch where they can see over the water. Where did he go now? He's to the left here. Every now and then disappears. Really giving it a good shot in this wind. This pied kingfisher. And so, yes, most other kingfishers will still hunt from a perch, like a tree or a reed or a sandbank. Where did he go now? And so the pied kingfisher uses this incredible hovering technique to hover above the water and still hunt in the air. It's a very, very useful technique. I mean, it really overcomes the ability to, or the need to perch, and you can basically be your own still hunt if you're able to hover like this. So it really is it's like almost like a quantum leap for kingfishers, that ability to hover over a body of water and then drop down. You can hear its little chirp as it moves around the Scotia waterhole. So that's another new addition to the list for Kariega for the month. I think it brings my month total to probably just over 110 thereabouts. Quite nice for a small area of about 5 by 5 kilometers or less. So quite chuffed with that. Boom, and down he went. Just went down into the water. Really nice to have this kingfisher about Scotia. Just adding to the diversity. There he comes by for a second go. Just to the right of the screen. Poof, in the water. So you can see how it really benefit a kingfisher to be able to hover in a particular spot of choice. So I don't imagine there to be an incredible amount of fish in this little Scotia waterhole. It's it's not a particularly large, like I say, it's not particularly large, and so because of that body, the size of the body of the water, it'd be fairly limiting for a booming fish population. Also, because it's not a part of a bigger river system, it probably not be as a how do I say it? It's so water systems that require that get new fresh water injected into it are a lot healthier. This might be a bit more stagnant for fish. I mean, there's life in here, there'll be fish in here, but just not be able to support as a population like a river system. So I don't imagine it to be a particularly good hunting ground for a kingfisher. It might even be actually just hunting little tadpoles on the surface. That there will be many of, judging by the number of platanas that the cormorant and herons have pulled out in the last month. It's quite a sustainable supply of platanas. So we had it's quite an amusing moment with these ibises earlier. So these ibises are also taking shelter here, but it also happens to be the last place they found a water monitor lizard. So it was wandering around here looking for more of those little juicy tenebroid beetles, and it's quite amusing to watch how the whole flock of Hardydar and the sacred ibises were slowly but surely just keeping the right amount of distance, but following this monitor lizard through the grass, and it was really quite amusing. They were intrigued by this bizarre slithery like creature on the ground. I'm certain if there were birds that nested on the ground, they'd be quite resistant to the presence of a monitor lizard, which fancies a reptilian or bird egg. So many birds actually resist their presence and bomb dive them or try to chase them away, but the Hardydars and the sacred ibises were kind of chauffeuring it along, steadily following it. And it was interesting, the monitor lizard didn't seem to be too phased about it, but it also wasn't as comfortable with them there, because they're quite big birds. They might be quite intimidating for a monitor lizard. So that's what these ibises have been up to, eyeballing some a water monitor lizard earlier today around Scotia. So these white storks are also still around. They've also come towards Scotia to rest a little. Everyone, it seems, is trying to escape this Cape Doctor. Strong southeast wind. Lots of Hardydars out and about here. All good cue, buddy. Great cue. All steadily moving through this nice bit of grassland to poke and prod. And look for little grubs below the ground, as ibises do also well. Yes, hello! It's been quite an incredible amount of action down here at Kariega today. It's been quite fun-filled. We've had these rhinos interacting with buffaloes who have moved off into some far-gone place now. It was really lovely. Ostriches always around as usual, also resting a bit, and you can actually see Sorry, I thought one of them was gaping. Birds will often gape if they feel a little bit hot. I can't imagine it to be hot enough to want to be gaping like that. Some more hardy-dars. Good old prison donkeys. And a couple of chubby unicorns. So they are the same three who were resting up in a little mud wallow just on the other side of the vehicle here, and entertained us so nicely earlier with a bit of interaction. The female wasn't very forthcoming to accept the bull that approached her, and quickly showed him off. And then he engaged with the buffalo for a few moments and then settled in for a bit of wallowing. They've now since headed off as it's cooled this afternoon. Touch of cloud pulling in and providing a bit of shade. You can see it passing over here. Certainly have been the stars of the show today. Some beautiful scenes playing themselves out here on the plains of Kariega. I'd love to know if anybody was around earlier, and if you have any comments, questions about those interactions we had. Quite exciting. Always great to hear from you. Bonnie, very nice. So such a stunning reserve, hey, and it's been such an absolute pleasure to come to you here. Absolute pleasure. So many exciting scenes. And so much diversity as well, rhinos and zebras and blesboks and the birds, and it's just such a diverse place.
ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody. Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Disparities that kind of go against what we're trying to achieve in the conservation sense. So it's, it really would be great to find, and there are projects out there. There are projects in other parts of Africa that are attempting to incorporate conservation practices onto a landscape scale as opposed to a protected area. That delimits a particular area for protection, and it doesn't have as much of a holistic approach, and kind of creates the idea that the only way to protect an animal is when you're separated from human beings. And I think it's stakeholders in very, very different levels that are invested in conservation, and that's the best way to achieve conservation at scale. Well, let's see if we can take this discussion further with Alex at Okokweyo, who often has a very good outlook on these matters. So let's go and have a look what's happening there.
We've managed to make our way towards the Liebenbosch Flats, and as usual we have a nice group of zebra. They really do enjoy this area. plenty to graze on out here. And there also seems to be something else here. And there it is over there. So, any ideas what that animal is? We'll leave that with you for a few moments and see if anybody can guess it. Beautiful out here. Definitely a great place for zebra. Nice and open here. They really do enjoy it up here. But this particular group of zebra, they seem to like to hang around this this part of Liebenbosch Flats. Beautiful. Nice harem, this breeding group. There's a few sub-adults getting big now. We'll classify this one as not quite a calf, but it is getting big now. So between a calf and a sub-adult now. And still asking mom for a little bit of milk. But she seems pregnant, doesn't she? She's got a very, very big belly there. Danny, you called in an answer there. You thought that antelope could be a gemsbok. So not quite a gemsbok. Gemsbok are quite big animals. They do also have a black and white face with long straight horns. So it's not a gemsbok. And I'm sure when BK is finished doing his little framing here, he will definitely show it to you again. But good guess, Danny. And I must say, it's not easy to identify some of the antelopes sometimes. It takes time. I've been exposed to this from a very young age, so it's second nature to me. But if I wasn't exposed to it, I think, with the multitude of antelopes that are out there, not just in southern Africa, but Africa as a whole, it can be quite tough. Amy, you think it's a dark springbuck? I don't think I've ever seen a dark springbuck here on Amakhala. Oh wait, I have. Yes, Carnarvondale, I have seen one, but unfortunately not a dark springbuck. Sorry about that. You will notice this animal has got quite a nice white face. So most of the face is white. Okay, so we do have a correct answer. Aya, well done. You say it's a blesbuck, and you're 100% right on that. This is most definitely a blesbuck. Now, this blesbuck hasn't been showing us his face all that much, so I could see how it can be a little bit tricky. I think if this blesbuck had shown us its white face, it would have been a lot easier. But now in South Africa, you also get bontebok, not here in Amakhala though. And they look very similar. They are identical in every single way except for the face. Now, when this chap does show us his face, you'll notice that the face is actually broken up into two parts. So a small little whiter patch on the forehead and then the rest of the face being white. Bontebok, the entire piece is solid. It's not broken into two parts. Otherwise, yeah, bontebok and blesbok look pretty much identical. zebra that is really passed out there, fast asleep. Shame, and this is the time of the day, especially in the heat of the day, where most of the animals are going to feel it the most. Our zebras, as I've mentioned a few times before, they don't do well in thick areas. They are very, very vulnerable in the thickets. So if they are to find shade, it's going to need to be in this open environment. Otherwise, they are putting themselves at great risk. So most of the time, they just prefer to sleep in the blaring sunlight. Now, they do have body fur, which does help them, protects their skin to a degree. Us as humans, we don't have as much hair on our body. We're not protective enough, at least, from the harsh sun. Look at that zebra kicking away there. Don't know if that's parasites or perhaps was having a bad dream. And I believe Liam touched base on a few topics, one being conservation. It's a very interesting topic because I know here in Amakhala there's a lot of conservation efforts that are here. So in case you're not aware, but Amakhala is part of what they call a cheetah safe space. It's linked to the Endangered Species Trust. And so of course we do have cheetah out here, and they do breed from time to time. That's the whole object. Now in the past, with Amakhala having cheetah on the reserve, quite a few young that became independent of the mom were reintroduced into other areas of Africa, such as Malawi. And Malawi, for a very long time, I don't know if they were extinct, cheetah were extinct out there, or the numbers were incredibly low. But with Amakhala and also help from other reserves, has managed to pick up the numbers of cheetahs slightly. But it's a long process, as cheetah's been endangered for a very long time. Another conservation efforts that Amakhala has is at a certain time of the year, usually in September, they gather all the guests at a place called God's Window, and they touch base on a few topics, one of them being the terrible situation with where rhinos are at in Africa as a whole. And when you gather a whole bunch of people together and you touch base on certain topics, you can really educate them on a much greater scale. There's also a few foundations that Amakhala is a part of. And also a few community projects, which is always nice. I think all reserves should partake in that. I know where Liam is, they have a huge community program there. I think that's very important. You can get the disadvantaged involved. You can educate them about nature and so on. And who knows, in the future, jobs may very well be available. And there's another thing that Amakhala is quite proud about, and that is job creation out here. So within Amakhala, there is a small village. It's called Krybos. And Krybos is a village that was there way before this even became a game reserve. And it's quite nice that any job opportunities that become available on Amakhala, they try and look at the people from Krybos as people to fill those roles and give them the opportunity to train and to, you know, take responsible roles within nature, dealing with guests or whatever the case. There's a few guides from Amakhala that come from Kraaibos, and then also Liebenbosch has also got a small community. And I know one of the quite experienced field guides out here, his name is Mali Bongwe. He actually comes from that village over there. And if you ever do meet this young gentleman, you'll know who he is. He has the most beautiful smile, always smiling, and quite happy to be in the bush. We saw a little bit of that white face there as that blesbuck was scratching his back there. Quite happy and content to hang around these zebras. Now bear in mind, these zebras will move around and they will leave this area at some point and go somewhere else. And that blesbuck is actually territorial. So his territory is here. He doesn't really want to leave this spot because there is water nearby and there's also a lot of grass. So invariably, at some points, you know, a breeding group of blesbuck might very well come into this area, into his territory to utilize those resources, and then he's going to try and mate with those females. But when that breeding group leaves the area, the blesbok stays, or the territorial ram will stay, you know, in his territory. And this is why he really enjoys to have a little bit of comfort with other animals, and will hang around zebra or giraffe or whatever general animals are in the area within his territory. He won't mind at all. He'll like to stay close to them, because if they see danger or let an alarm call out, he can respond to that and hear it. But as I say, once these zebras move off and go somewhere else, for example, they go to the basin perhaps, and then the blesbuck will be here all by himself again. And these zebras, it looks like they want to play a little bit, I hope. It's always nice to watch zebras play. They try to form those bonds and re-establish those bonds. It's very important in their social structure. It's a beautiful area to view them. We actually spotted some meerkats yesterday, myself and BK. They're very, very nervous, I must say. They ran away and got back into the hole as quick as they could. But we know more or less where they are, and we really hope that they do, you know, calm down with our presence. And who knows, maybe we'll be able to show them to you. So that's just on the other side of that ridge that you're seeing. So where the zebras are and you have the bushes behind them, just on the other side there. I'm not sure how many are in that group, but definitely there's at least one zone where we know some meerkats hanging around. They're very interesting animals. I love them to bits. I think they're great. Hey Zane, not at all. Meerkat. I know it's confusing because it has the word cat in it, but they're a mongoose actually. They're a mongoose family. The actual name in English is a suricate, and it's got an easy Latin name. So if you want to look fancy and say a few Latin names, you can memorize this one. Suricata suricata. That's the Latin name of the suricate, and that's in Afrikaans and what we know in South Africa as a meerkat. But, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of the word meerkat, so meer, as far as I'm aware, is a marsh, and a cat is a cat. So a marsh cat, and they can't be anything but the opposite. And meerkats are mongoose animals, which basically a mongoose. What determines a mongoose is an animal that is long and slender and built extremely close to the ground. So a civet is also a mongoose, and yet some people also call them civet cats, but they're not cats, they're mongoose. And of course, yellow mongoose and slender mongoose, banded mongoose, all related to meerkat. A genet. Genet is a mongoose as well. Some people call them genet cat, but they're not a cat either. You find mongoose sort of occur in the same sort of habitats as what zebras do, so nice and open. They do need underground burrows, so they usually take them over from animals like the yellow mongooses out here, but I know in the Kalahari the meerkats like to take over burrow systems made by ground squirrels. And I should imagine the same up at Madikwe. Did you see meerkats at Madikwe? Not, eh? Okay. Jamie, you're welcome, and thank you for your feedback and your comment there. You're very welcome. No, it's a pleasure to be out here in nature. It really, really is. And if it wasn't for all of you, and BK actually made the statement the other day, if it wasn't for all of you, we wouldn't be out here. So thank you also. Just wondering what this afternoon's going to hold, because there is a wind that sounds like it wants to pull through here. And late afternoons is a normal time for the wind to pick up. Once the wind starts, it gets particularly cold, especially if it comes off the ocean. But if it's a berg wind, that's those hot winds that everybody fears, because it becomes extremely hot. But most of the wind is actually coming from the ocean side, which cools down things quite dramatically. Alright, looks like a pied crow just flying over there. Alright, so we're going to send you back to Liam. I think he has some zebras he wants to show you.
And welcome back everybody to this beautiful, beautiful duo of resting zebras. They've fortunately come and stood so nicely quite close to me here, and perfectly head to rear. And it really is just such a splendidly beautiful roundup to what's been not only a great day but an incredible month out here in Kariega with you all. And I couldn't agree more with what Alex was just saying. It is many thanks to you as the viewer that give us the opportunity to come out and spend time in places like this that are really beautiful, and be able to find these magical moments in nature and be able to share them with people all over the world. So a big thank you to all the viewers out there who take the time in their day to come and share these beautiful moments out in the wilderness. Really, really and truly. But it's not coming to an end, fortunately. Just another day in another part of time. So tomorrow will seamlessly stitch into today, like the beautiful stripes of these zebras, and we'll be here, still coming to you live from the wilderness. And it's really amazing how this pattern of the zebra stitches so neatly into one another's. I mean, even down to the face. Look how that facial stripe just below the eye seamlessly molds into the thicker stripe of the mid section of the zebra. So a friendly reminder, of course, so many beautiful moments in a day when we come to you live, but of course for those who can't commit the entire day to watching us live, great way to get a nice little summary of the day is through our best bits, and that is a feature that is readily available on the Wild Earth app. All you need to do is download the app, very easy, open up the app, scroll down, and you'll be able to find all the best little bits of all the best action of the day, from the morning drive, escape to nature, and the afternoon drive. So all conveniently wrapped up for you to view in your own time. There's been so many best bits of the last month here. It's it's been fun.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
just nice to take in this scene. Cool, yeah, that's exactly my thoughts. Just silently taking it in for you all folks to enjoy without my impeding words. On that closing note, let's go and have a look and see what's happening in Okokwe for the last time.
Thank you, Liam. I am still observing these elephant bulls, and you can literally tickle me with a feather on my pinky toe if I knew what they were doing. They literally have just been standing under this tree for probably a good hour and a half. But nonetheless, it's been a beautiful day. And as always, it has been an awesome escape to nature. And sadly, it's the last one for the year. We will only be seeing all of you again next year, which seems very, very far away. But of course, it's just around the corner. But thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. Please, please, please be safe whatever you are doing for the new year. Please have fun. And please be ready with your New Year's resolutions tomorrow. Thank you so, so, so much, everyone. Happy New Year!